Welcome to the finals of the 2024 Houston Youth Premier League. This matchup featuring the best two teams in the league, the Texas Legends and the Texas Skywalkers. Texas Skywalkers lost the toss, the Legends won, and they have decided, Captain Rishi Ramesh, to have a bat. Here's the first delivery, short and played away into the offside. No run. In fact, they do steal a run. I didn't think that should have been a run. A shy from Captain Aryan Satish brings the first run of the day's play. My goodness, this is going to be an interesting, a really exciting match. Again, featuring the best two teams, the Texas Legends and the Texas Skywalkers. We'll go over their individual production as this entire series took place. We'll talk about that shortly, but for now, keep your eye on the captain at the wicket, Rishi Ramesh. He is the leading batter in the entire tournament. 285 runs before today's game. Really, really imperious. Not surprising that he has that kind of talent, simply because you are looking at the person who is also the captain of the US U19 team. So very high caliber player. And along with Priyadarshan Arvind Kumar is going to be one of the more exciting players the rest of the way. This is a single clipped wide off mid-on. And so a couple of deliveries in. You're two without loss for the Texas Legends. The bowling is being done right now by Daniel Bagani. Daniel Bagani, opening fast bowler, good amount of pace. Interesting to me that they typically open the bowling with Joy Jadhav, the left arm pacer. So not sure why they made a change from that. And we'll see who bowls the second over. But Daniel Bagani bowling well so far. 2 deliveries, 2 runs. Swipe and a miss. And that brings oohs and ahs. Ranak Saluja, captain, or the vice captain rather. And the one with the gloves on, he's ready. And you hear the chatter around the field and you feel the electricity, because again, this is the final. This is going to be a really huge development as it relates to whoever wins this tournament, because again, you're talking about the best two teams throughout the entire tournament. Skywalkers at the top of the table. A huge swipe and a miss again. Goes by him twice now. Consecutive deliveries, Daniel Bagani. Skywalkers 5 up, 1 down, meaning that they've won 5 games and they've lost 1. 4 points clear of the Texas Legends, who are the second best team. They won 3 and they lost 3. So a lot to play for. You could, in theory, say on paper that the Skywalkers look like they'd be more likely to win this game, but there is a reason why you play the games. It's not just going to be that, you know, you don't just take exactly what happens in terms of the record, because what happens on the day is the only thing that matters. And so where you are now, 1 delivery left here in over number 1, 2 runs on the board. And to the extent that you can expect to see some excitement the rest of the way, a couple of singles to start with, but then 3 dot balls after that. So Daniel Bagani is bowling really well, to Priyadarshan Arvind Kumar. And the last ball of over number 1. Scheduled for 20, of course, we're still inside the power play, so I say still, this is the first over. So the power play is certainly well and truly in effect. Here's the last delivery. Short, cut in the air, but doesn't carry to a backward point. And then a shy at the stumps. I will tell you what, the Texas Skywalkers look really, really sharp in the field. And that electricity is carrying over to the bowling. That is going to be the end of first over, of the first over. Without loss is the score. 1 over, 2 without loss. We have some spin to open the bowling from the highway end, the southern end of the ground. This is going to be Tarandeep Paul. So spin, an off spinner bowling to a right-handed big hitting Rishi Ramesh. So this immediately begs the question, which way is the wind blowing from? As of right now, there is just a slight wind. It's coming from maybe the northeast. So in theory, if you elevate the ball in the air over the infield on the offside, in other words, if it goes somewhere over extra cover or mid-off, the ball will be helped by the wind. But Rishi Ramesh is a strong enough player that whether it's into the wind or with the wind, if he connects it, it goes out of the park. So pay attention to that. Very high caliber player, as I said a couple of times. His record for the year or for the tournament, 285 runs in 6 matches, 3 50s, 21 4s, 11 6s, a high score of 99 and a strike rate of 150. Absolutely scintillating record for Rishi Ramesh. Starts out here with a single, drops this into the offside and goes for that little single. But pay attention now, because you have a slightly different issue, because it's a left-hander on strike. With a left-hander on strike, he's going to like, when I say he, I mean Tarandeep Paul, is going to like bowling to the left-hander more, I would suspect, because he's an off-spinner. So he turns the ball away from a right-hander. My apologies, from the left-hander. And so there's fielders in the deep on the leg side, only 2 fielders allowed outside. That's very full, and they take a quick single. So 2 deliveries and 2 runs already, similar to where the first over started. But now you're going to be looking back to Rishi Ramesh. Any turn that the off spinner gets is going to be into him. So you're seeing the 2 fielders in the deep. There's a fielder at long on, and there's a fielder at deep mid-wicket. You suspect that if Rishi Ramesh elevates the ball, that's the direction that he'll likely elevate it in. So let's see exactly how well he does here. Down the ground, there's going to be at least 2, I would think. No, they just settled for 1. So 3 deliveries and 3 singles. That's good production from your off spinner inside the power play. Once again, only 2 allowed outside the circle during the power play. So as a spinner, you're obviously much slower than the pace bowler, so you have to be dead on accurate with both line and length. And now back to Arvind Kumar. Down the ground. Oh no, he tried to go down the ground. Fielded inside the circle. That is Sujit Nathaniel at short mid-wicket. So the first dot ball in this over. So 2 balls to go. A little bit of a slow start. This one drifting down the leg side though. And we have the first wide of the day. So you expect that both of these teams will be very sharp in their disciplines, but that's the first one sprayed down the leg side. Pushes this one through more quickly. Wanted a single, not there. That's Daniel Bagani at backward point. 4 runs already from the over, but just 1 ball remaining. So this is excellent bowling from your off spinner. And to the extent that you can keep him doing that, then you're essentially buying really valuable time here. Here's Tarandeep Paul. Last ball of over number 2. Big hit. How much of it did he get? A long run, and it goes all the way for 6. The fielder running around from mid-wicket, not able to get all the way there. So he was doing very well, Tarandeep Paul, until that ball got it a little straight, and Arvind Kumar getting underneath it, lofting it. And I mentioned that that's the direction that the wind is blowing in. So the wind would have helped carry that one over the rope. 10 runs coming from over number 2. At the end of 2, it's 12 without loss. So the first bit of excitement in this game has just occurred where big 6, first long ball hit for the day's play, struck by Priyadarshan Arvind Kumar. This is now Daniel Bagani bowling to Rishi Ramesh, played into the offside, no run. That is Ansh Boje. So you're looking from here. Obviously, it's a final. So to the extent that you want to put pressure on the bowling side, bearing in mind that anything that you score in terms of runs in the first innings is elevated to some extent because it's a final. So if maybe you scored 150 in a finals is more like 180 in a league game. Slash and a miss, Rishi Ramesh missing out on a scoring opportunity there. Because as they say, runs on the board always gives you something to think about, but runs on the board in a final is absolutely important because that's where the pressure builds and you have all of the pressure of the expectations of having come this far. And again, bearing in mind that the Texas Legends are the ones who are number 2, meaning that they've won 3 and they've lost 3, but they have luminaries up and down their lineup. Another full delivery, Rishi Ramesh going for the big drive and missing out on that one. So 3-3 was their record, but again, they have Rishi Ramesh, 285 runs in the tournament. Pranay Balaji, the 7th leading run maker in the tournament, also for the Legends, 203. And so they have talent up and down the lineup. Plays it into the offside, they go for a quick single. Even coming all the way down to the number 9 leading scorer in the tournament, Rinesh Jayachandran, 167. So you know that the batting is there, and to the extent that you can take advantage of their productivity. Further on, you have, as we mentioned, Priyadarshan Arvind Kumar, 117 runs. Sid Saladi, 66 runs on the tournament. Karthik Dhararaj, 47. So you have players who can contribute with the bat. And you just right now want to be able to make sure that they put themselves in the position to give a good account for themselves. Around the wicket to the left-hander, that ball stayed low. My goodness, that will sort of stay in the mind of Priyadarshan Arvind Kumar because it stayed low from around the wicket. It appears to be just a spot in that wicket where the ball doesn't come through as much as you'd expect. And that generally tends to have an effect on the mentality of the bowlers and of the batters because he's thinking of what might happen. Just one ball from the over so far, played away into the offside, they'll get a single, but another brilliant over. Each of the 2 overs bowled by Daniel Bagani has only conceded 2 runs. 2 overs for him, none for 4, but he's doing his part to keep the big hitters of the Texas Legends quiet. 2 overs up, make that 4 overs. My apologies, 3 overs up, 15 without loss. So for the finals, as you would expect, 2 of the best umpires that you'll find anywhere. Umpire currently with his back to you is Sagar Bavsar. And the umpire who is standing currently at square leg is my former captain years ago when I was a young arm fast bowler. My captain was Cameron Best, and Cameron Best is now the standing umpire at square leg. Tandeep Paul to the left-hander. His second over on the way. Played into the offside, and that's a single, easy single taken. So you're into over number 4. You're only playing 20 overs. So with that single, you're down to already the last 101 balls. If you are Rishi Ramesh, you've been there for 7 deliveries, you've only scored 4 runs. You're facing an off spinner. The wind is sort of blowing across the field, but you have the power to clear the ropes regardless of where the wind is blowing. My sense is that he's going to look to get going against the off spinner sometime very soon, and it's going to be interesting to watch when he makes that decision. Tossed up, driven down the ground. They just want one. That is struck to that fielder down here at the boundary. Shayan Chakraborty doing his part to limit the damage to 1. So 2 singles to lead off proceedings here in over number 4. And you're now down literally to the last 100 balls. So let's see exactly how well they do from here. Pushes this one through, and they take a quick single again, looking to just make sure that they keep the scoreboard ticking. Not very many dot balls necessarily from the bowling of Taran Paul. 1.3 overs now, none for 13 from him. So maybe a little bit more expensive than he'd like. Much of that, almost half of that, is due to the last ball of his first over that was knocked out of the park for 6. Rishi Ramesh now on strike. Cut away, and that's going to run close to the boundary. It should get there. Long sprint. I think that's Ansh Boje. That sprint is in vain because it gets through the ring and goes away for 4. Well, the 2 fielders outside the circle are at long on and mid wicket. So that tells you that you don't have room for error outside off stump. If it is too wide, he pierces the gap, then the ball is always going to run away for 4 again, because you're only allowed 2 during the power play to be outside the circle, and that ran away from that fielder in the circle. Again, I think that's Ansh Boje. A little bit far away from here, but I believe that's who that was, but he couldn't get there in time. So last 2 balls now. Touch and run stuff. This is good cricket. And it's another single for Rishi Ramesh. Now 10 from 10 with a boundary. Priyadarsan Arvind Kumar is 11 from 13 with that 6. And the Legends with that single, in fact with that single, 22 runs on the board with 1 ball to come. So they're scoring at the rate of 5.74. Last delivery, no run there. So this is a better end to the over than Taran Paul's first over. 7 runs coming from that over. At the end of 4, the score is 22 without loss. .22 without loss. This is the finals, and by the way, for those of you who are following along or watching on YouTube, the chat section is open. If you felt like jumping in, saying a word about where you're watching from, where you're following from, what your rooting interest is, or any other such conversation relevant to the game, we're more than happy to take your comments on the air, obviously assuming that they're appropriate for the air. Very honestly, it becomes very difficult to talk solo for several hours at a time. So if you wanted to jump in and help me carry the load, I'd be more than grateful. So the first change in bowling, I mentioned earlier that Joy Jadhav typically opens the bowling, left arm pace bowler. And as I said in the last over, my former, maybe not profession, I wasn't a professional, but my former activity as a cricketer was as a left arm fast bowler. So I have a soft spot in my heart for anyone who applies that trade. Joy Jadhav will be running in with the wind at his back, looking to slant that ball across the right-handed Rishi Ramesh. So here he is. Very full, hammered, but directly to mid-off. Anch Boje is there. Anch Boje, his first delivery here is a precious dot ball. You're now into the last 2 overs. Make that the last 1 over and 5 balls of the power play. After the power play is finished, then the only fielding restriction requirement is that you have to have a minimum of 4 inside the circle. So you can have as many as 5 outside. Over the top of Anch Boje this time. Goes 1 bounce for 4. That was struck cleanly with some power by Rishi Ramesh. And once again, if it goes over that fielder, the 2 outside the circle are down at deep third and backward square leg. So that implies that you need to bowl a shorter length, because if it's too full like that one was, then it's elevated over the top for 4. So George Adav is a great bowler. He'll know to make that correction. It's just going to require pulling the length back just a little bit, because if you allow Rishi Ramesh to stand there and play through the line, then he elevates that ball over the infield, and that ball always is going to run away for 4. So something to pay attention to. In the meantime, let's look at what the bowlers have done. Mentioned that Pranav Batad was the leading wicket taker for the entire tournament. Skywalkers with the ball, their best bowler has been Anch Boje. The leg spinner, 9 wickets taken. Akhilesh Nanda Sudhakar is their second best wicket taker, 6 wickets. Joy Jadav is number 3 on that list for the Texas Skywalkers. And in particular, his economy rate is 7.4, so gives up about 7.5 runs and over. Average of 33, strike rate of 27. Outside the line of off. And that line is what you're looking for as a left-arm fast bowler. From over the wicket, just using that natural angle to go across the batters. That's exactly what you're trying to do. Now, the question to be asked is, can he consistently stay on that line and on that length? Because, again, if it's too full, it presents a scoring opportunity down the ground. And, in fact, now Anch Boje is dropping back onto the boundary, which means that they're now going to be asking Rishi Ramesh to hit straight, because they're going to be bowling a fuller length. And there is now a sweeper in position on the offside. So you're looking for something full and outside off generally. And with that left arm angle over the wicket, you're looking to threaten that outside edge. Oh, he knocked him over. You definitely were looking for something full, and he did get something full, Rishi Ramesh. Full and straight, cannons into middle stump. The first wicket goes down, and how big a wicket is that? That is the captain, not just of the Texas Legends, but the captain of the US U19 team. A huge wicket here for Joy Jadav as he goes right through Rishi Ramesh. He was looking to go down the ground with that big strike. End up playing across it. It feels like he should have been playing toward, like keeping it in the V. He ended up going like maybe almost toward mid-wicket. And unfortunately for him, Rishi Ramesh, that is the end of his day with the bat. What a body blow. This is a gigantic development in the context of this game, because it does mean that the captain is done, and that absolutely energizes the Texas Skywalkers. They have been the best team in the league for this entire tournament, and with that one delivery, that has swung things massively in their favor. The leading batter in the entire league for the tournament. He can do a lot of damage with the bat in hand, but he is no longer going to be able to help you there. 26 for 1 with 2 deliveries now remaining in over number 5. And now coming to the crease, it's going to be Pranay Balaji. What an absolute body blow that is to the Texas Legends. And you never want to see your captain get knocked over, but when your captain is also your best batter, you certainly are going to be thinking that you're on the back foot, well and truly on the back foot. The scoring rate is actually very miserly. Even with a 6 and a 4 struck already, make that 2 4s and a 6, you're still scoring only at the rate of 5.5 and over. Full, looking for the Yorker, and it's played to Ange Boje. Oh, direct hit! And not going to be given by umpire Cameron Best. Looks like he just got there in time, Pranay Balaji. And that is some excitement, but at the end of that passage of this happened, that the single is taken. A long way to go, but this feels like what just happened is a tremendous, tremendous development in the context of this match. Whoops. Happy hands there for a second. My apologies if you just heard a loud crash. Now, last ball coming up in over number 5. And it's going to be bowled by George Yadav to the left-handed Priyadarsan Arvind Kumar. Here it is. Swipe and a miss. What a successful over by George Yadav. Typically opens the bowling, came on here to bowl first change. In his first over, he takes the gigantic wicket of Rishi Ramesh. That is the end of 5, 1 over remaining for the power play, and the score is 27 for 1. So 27 for 1, and boy, as I mentioned, this feels like such a switch in the momentum for this game. Pranay Balaji is a good batter, but nobody replaces Rishi Ramesh at the top of this lineup. Absolutely nobody. And so we'll see exactly how well he can do here. Even though I will have to say Pranay Balaji is a very close second, because he's the second leading run scorer for the team. Rishi Ramesh, with his effort in this game, is now at 299. He will end on 299. Pranay Balaji has 204 runs in this tournament, so is not somebody who you can necessarily think of as being able to knock over easily. Quick single here. I'll tell you what, the non-striker took off a little bit late that time, and it will be interesting to see whether or not that becomes an issue, because communication between the batters is of utmost importance. But they do end up getting a single there, so we'll see exactly to what extent you can start capitalizing on this. Now, Priyadarsan Arvind Kumar has 11 from 15 with a 6. So how much of that load falls on his shoulders now? Wanted a single there, sent back. Whoa. A throw from the covers, had that been a direct hit, could have been interesting. But we're 3 deliveries remaining from the end of this power play, and I'll tell you that this has been a really good power play. It goes big, or tries to go big, drags it square, long run. There's a sweeper at deep mid-wicket. Good long throw, right one bounce next to the stumps. Good accurate throw, but they get 2 runs. But again, you're at the point now where there's only 2 deliveries remaining inside the power play. And so as the bowling side, you can choose whether or not you want to be defensive, meaning drop more fielders back on the circle. On the boundary. Or if you wanted to continue attacking, keeping everybody inside the circle, making it difficult to pick up singles. So let's see what decision they make after the next 2 balls. This is helped around the corner for short fine leg. This is going to be another single, and it feels like it's going to be up to Priyadarsan Arvind Kumar to continue making the scoreboard tick over. 1 more ball remaining in the power play. Pranay Balaji 2 from 3. But again, it is such an absolute body blow to the efforts of the Texas Legends when they lose their best batter. Work down the ground. That should just be a single. And that is the end of an absolutely successful power play. 5.3 runs and over through the power play. And the big wicket of Rishi Ramesh. That is the end of 6, 32 for 1. .32 for 1. Joy Jadav with a successful first over, one in which he only conceded 5 runs, and again took the big wicket of Rishi Ramesh. Now bowling to Pranay Balaji. You're now outside of the power play, so the question that we asked earlier has been answered. They go with a more defensive field. There's a deep backward square. There's a deep mid wicket. There's a long on. And then there's a sweeper on the offside. So those are the 4 outside. Still 5 inside. Some played back to the bowler himself who fields for no run. So getting through that power play, having only scored 5 runs and over, that projects, as we are right now, the scoring rate is 5.19. That projects to a score of 104. 104, I don't think is going to be nearly enough. As I said earlier, the runs to get are elevated when you're in the context of a final. So 104 runs might be something around 124 in a league stages match. In other words, to chase 104 in a final would be like chasing 124 in a league match. But 124 is nothing, especially if you have a team that has the capabilities of the Texas Skywalkers. So it is going to be up to you as a batting side to see exactly how you can accelerate things from here, because it does not bode well for you as a batting side. You're only now left with 82 balls and you're only scoring at the rate of 5.21 runs and over. That you're going to need to accelerate well past that. And I think this pair is going to know that. Joy Jadav again continuing. Swing and a miss outside off, and the good solid bowling attack, disciplined bowling attack so far is really working well for the Texas Skywalkers. 2 4s and a 6 have been struck, and you're into the 7th over, so you're going to need way more than that, you would think. And then a lot of dot balls already. Maybe after this delivery, we'll look at the number of dot balls that have been bowled so far, because that will have a huge effect on what happens in this game. Played into the offside. That's the captain himself, Aryan Satish, fumbling it, and they'll come back for the second, and they'll get there without much trouble. So I mentioned dot balls. So far, there have been 40 deliveries bowled in this innings. Of the 40 deliveries bowled in this innings, exactly half of them, 20, have been dot balls. A dot ball is a ball that you do not score off of. So every time you bowl a dot ball, it creates pressure for the batting side, because essentially in a limited over scenario, you have to take advantage of all scoring opportunities. That's a delicate looking late cut. It's Sujith Nathaniel who runs back from short third. Couple of runs. That's a very well played shot, actually. Just delicate. Sujith Nathaniel inside the circle at short third, and so intentionally opening the face to run that one behind square. So that's one of the things that you can do to sort of save yourself against the number of dot balls that are being bowled, because anytime that you absorb a ton of dot balls, as I mentioned, it creates pressure because you need to continue scoring runs. And in a limited over scenario, there's only a limited number of balls that you get to face. And so for each one that you don't score off of, it limits your opportunities to score. Good delivery by George Adav, right in the block hole. Defended into the offside, they'll run a single, but a great over nonetheless. 6 runs coming from it. And at the end of 7, the score is 38 for 1. $38 for 1 after 7. Taron D. Paul is going to be bowling his entire spell. First up, again, you're limited as a bowler to 1/5 the total number of overs to be bowled in the innings. So in a T20, 20-over match, you're limited to 4 overs. Taron D. Paul bowling overs 2, 4, and 6, and is now about to bowl over number 8. Bowling to the left-handed Priyadarshan Arvind Kumar, 19 from 22 with a 6. Skied it, and it's going to be a catch. Oh my goodness, what a big wicket that is. So the effort to keep him on pays immediate dividends, and he takes a wicket. Joy Jadhav, I believe that's who that was who took that catch. Looking, and I mentioned it earlier, because he is a left-handed batter, Priyadarshan Arvind Kumar, I thought that Taron D. Paul would prefer bowling to him, because when you turn ball turns, it turns away from the left-handed batter, which means that if you're going for a big shot, which is what he was doing here, there's always the chance that it catches the outer edge with that turn. Exactly what happened, and he ended up skying a pretty simple catch. And you're never going to drop that one again. I believe that, no, my apologies. It was Shayan Chakraborty who took that catch. So the very first ball of over number 8. And Taron D. Paul strikes a body blow. So both openers have been dismissed. And all of a sudden, the Texas Legends are absolutely well and truly on the back foot. This is now going to be the new batter coming in. Pranay Balaji has been there, 4 from 6. He's joined by Rinesh Jayachandran. Earlier, I mentioned the batting prowess of this side. The third leading batter for the Texas Legends is, in fact, Rinesh Jayachandran. So you now have the number 2 and the number 3 best batters in this side at the wicket. Number 1 has already been dismissed. That is Captain Rishi Ramesh. And so now it is going to be up to numbers 2 and 3 to, first of all, steady the ship. But at some point, you need to start thinking about what kind of total you're going to set. So 38 runs. That partnership only worth 12 that was just broken. You're going to have a lot of difficulty building any momentum if you lose consistent wickets, because what happens is that, I mentioned the pressure of the tournament or the pressure of the finals. You're in the position where you're wanting to put something big on the board for your bowlers to defend. But if you're losing wickets consistently, that's a little bit more difficult to do. First ball now to Rinesh Jayachandran. Rinesh works it into the leg side, immediately off the mark with a single. This is a truly excellent, disciplined bowling performance that you're seeing from this pair. And they are essentially at this point the reason why the Texas Skywalkers are well and truly on top of this match as we speak. There's a single to backward point, but not, oh, in fact, no single taken there. So here's the next delivery. In the gap toward deep mid-wicket, a sliding attempt by Daniel Bagani, not able to stop it, and it goes away for 4. So you're going to want as much as possible. And by the way, a couple of deliveries ago, they did get that single. So now, after that single, and now boundary, 6 have been scored in the over so far. At some point, you're going to have to start thinking, well, you know, let's take advantage of the fact that the second and third best batters in the lineup are at the wicket, and how can we start scoring? You're looking for different ways to start affecting the game. Scoring rate as of right now is 5.62. 62 runs and over gets you to 112. 112, as I said earlier, I don't think that's going to be nearly enough. Plays it right back to the bowler himself. What an absolutely brilliant spell by Tarun Paul. A dot ball closes things out here in over number 8. His figures: 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 29, 3 of which were bowled inside the power play. Absolutely brilliant bowling by Tarun Paul, and he has his side well and truly on top here. 44 for 2 after 8. .44 for 2, as I mentioned. A look inside the stats will sort of tell the story the way this game has gone. 23 dot balls already. That's 48% of all of the deliveries bowled in this match have been dots. 17 singles, 4 twos, 3 fours, 1 6. So, and only 1 extra. So I will tell you that the bowling has been absolutely spot on. And it will not get any easier to score now, because now Captain Aryan Satish, the leg spinning all-rounder, is an absolutely brilliant cricketer and tends to be very difficult to score off of. So we'll see exactly what happens from here, but this will do nothing but build that pressure. Tossed up in the air, down the ground, and goes for 6. That is a huge strike. My goodness, Pranay Balaji with that strike, and the first thing that it touches after it leaves the bat is the side screen. So that is a huge hit down the ground, and that will help to relieve some of the pressure that's been building. Pranay Balaji right down the ground. Now that is his first 6. 11 from 8 is what he has. Rinesh Jayachandran, who's only just now come to the wicket, he has 5 from 4. Next delivery, quicker, flatter, gets the treatment. How far does that go? Oh, it is dropped at deep mid-wicket, and I think it may have gone for 4. Oh my goodness, that is also a big development in this game. He appeared to have had it covered, that fielder running around from mid-wicket, and got both hands to it but could not hold on. And to add insult to injury, it trickles over the rope and goes for 4. So a 6 and a 4 to get things started here in over number 9. Pranay Balaji has gotten the memo. They need to keep going. They need to start setting a target. Rinesh Jayachandran, who is at the other end, who's going to be able to help him do that. Tossed up, goes big again, 3 straight times. Oh, lands just in front of the fielder down at long on. So now Pranay Balaji is looking to shift into high gear. And he's been there long enough to be able to know what to expect. He does know that you're almost at the halfway point in the innings. And so, to the extent that you now only have 69 balls remaining, now is the time to start thinking about setting a total. And so 11 runs from the first 3 balls. Quicker, flatter, appeal for a leg before, and he's gone. It is a quick, flat delivery bowled by Aryan Satish, and it absolutely catches Rinesh Jayachandran bang in front. From our perspective, I think that's hitting middle stump halfway up. Very quick, very flat, and he absolutely bamboozled him with that delivery. And in all honesty, he had no answer for that. When you're facing a leg spinner, one who can change the trajectory of the deliveries with such effectiveness, tosses some up, pushes some through, and really you sort of have to prompt yourself to be ready for the quicker one. And if the change is from a quicker one to a slower one, then it's easier to make the adjustment that way than to be looking for a slower delivery and have it be the quicker one. This time, Jayachandran not ready for the quicker one, and unfortunately for him, he's trapped bang in front, and that is the end of his day with the bat. 3 wickets down. The fall of the wicket happens at 55, which means that partnership was only worth 17. 11 of those 17 came within the first 3 deliveries in this match, or in this over. And you're now at the point where you're going to be looking to rebuild yet again. And it's always the case that when you lose wickets, it slows down scoring rate. As a matter of fact, it appears as though we've taken the strategic timeout. And so let's go off air for just a minute. We'll be back on with the Texas Legends well and truly on the back foot. They're 55 for 3. So that is the end of the strategic timeouts. I mentioned right before that the Texas Legends are absolutely struggling. And this new batter is going to be Sid Saladi. Sid Saladi, the vice captain of the Texas Legends and the 5th leading scorer in the tournament. Tossed up, over the top of extra cover. That is a brilliant strike. Up and over the top, and it goes away for 4. That is an absolutely lovely way to get off the mark. Sitsaladi now with 70 runs for the tournament, including that 4. He had 66 coming in. His team needs him to stand up and be counted here. That is the end of over number 9. The score is 59 for 3. $59 for 3. Tarandeep Paul bowled a brilliant spell. 4 overs, 1 for 29, and 3 of those 4 overs were inside the power play. Overs 2, 4, and 6. Now he's being replaced from the highway end by Ansh Boje. Ansh Boje is a leg spinning all-rounder. Bowls right arm leg spin and is big hitting, maybe not big hitting, but power packed is probably a more appropriate description of his batting. Left-handed batter. So he's now going to be asked to keep things quiet. I think we're going to have a double spin attack here because the captain, Aryan Satish, bowled the last over from the forest end and took a wicket. He's a leg spinner, of course. It's going to be Ansh Boje who's going to be doing the same thing from the highway end. So pay attention to where we are here because this can be a pivotal moment. Leg spinners bowling to 2 right-handers implies that the ball is leaving them both. So let's see how well they do. It's clipped to mid-wicket. Daniel Bagani coming off the rope. Just a single. So as I mentioned, as a leg spinner, you're bowling to a right-hander. The stock ball for a leg spinner is going to be one that is on middle or middle and off, maybe even off stump, and turning away. If you can establish that type of a delivery, then you can be threatening because similar to when the off spinner was bowling to the left-hander, any big hits can always be top edge because the ball is leaving. Going down the leg side, that's a good piece of keeping. Hasn't quite yet gotten the line right, Ansh Boje. Again, you're going to want that ball to be on or around off stump, turning away. The first 2 deliveries in the spell have been relatively straight, so he's going to want to fix that. Again straight, again going down the leg side, and yet another wide signaled. So just a slight adjustment is going to be needed here for Ansh Boje, and he is a smart enough bowler that he'll know that that adjustment needs to be made. This is played down to mid-wicket. They will get 2 here. Good call, good running. Throw comes into the non-strikers end, but there was always going to be 2 there. So this thing is not over yet. You get the sense that there's a bit of a fight back underway by the Texas Legends. The scoring rate is now up to 6.86. 6.86 from here gets you to 137, so the projection has gone up. I would think that they're looking for something in the neighborhood of 160. If they get to 160, they'll be happy. Well, maybe not happy, but they'll be certainly better off than what they project to right now. That's the ball. Trapped in front? No. Going down the leg side according to umpire Sagar Bafsar. Now, that line that was just bowled by Ansh Boje is closer to the line that you'd be looking for. And you're going to be looking now to see if he can continue doing exactly what he's done for that last ball. Anything on off stump or better, that for me is still just a touch too straight. Played into the leg side. Daniel Bagani has had a lot of work to do in the outfield. So 6 runs from the over so far. 2 balls still to come. And You're almost at the halfway stage of the innings. 2 balls remaining in over number 10. 65 runs on the board. And Boje again. Flatter, quicker, defended in front of the stumps for no run. And in fact, that may just be 1 ball remaining. I believe the scorers or the umpires are confirming with the score, and yes, gotten the confirmation from the scorer. 1 ball remaining. And here we are now. Ange Boje looking to close out what has been a decent enough over. I think he'll want to establish an off-stump line his next over. That's a better line. And it's played right back past the bowler himself. Deflects it. Can't keep or can't prevent 1 run from scoring. But 7 runs coming from the over. A couple of which were wides. And that is the end of over number 10. Halfway through the innings, the score is 66 for 3. 66 for 3. Skywalkers, I think, winning the first few rounds, if you will, if you want to compare this to a boxing match. First few rounds definitely going in favor of the Skywalkers, but the legends are not finished yet. Here's Captain Aaron Satish again toward mid-wicket. Should be 2 runs. And in fact, an easy 2. Fielder deep down on the boundary. I believe that's Chakraborty. So starting out the second half of the innings with a double. Pranay Balaji, a lot rides on his shoulders from here. 20 from 14, 1-4 and 1-6. And that is a dot. Talked about dot balls earlier. A dot ball, of course, is a ball that's not scored off of. And every dot ball prevents you from, essentially allows you to leave runs unscored on the table. 28 dot balls so far in this match. 45% of all the deliveries bowled in this match have been dots. Tossed up. Ooh, little delicate late cut there. Turn deep ball. Pick up from short third, but not able to prevent a single. But you are now at the stage where you're genuinely having to think about how you accelerate. You're scoring at the rate of 6.57 and over. 6.57 and over from here gets you to 131. Pushed through at pace. It's a similar type of delivery where he got the leg before wicket in his first over. This one is just played into the offside for a single. Aaron Satish working relatively quickly. 2 balls remaining over 11. Tosses this one up. So he's doing a good job changing his pace, changing his trajectory. Essentially being very difficult to time, which is what you want to have happen. A spinner can have several advantages if he changes his mode of delivery. Last ball of over 11 coming up. Played off the back foot into the covers, no run. Just 5 runs coming from over number 11. At the end of 11, 71 for 3. New bowler. It's going to be Sharon Chakraborty. Immediately going down the leg side for a wide. So my sense is that Captain Aryan Satish was not happy with the line being bowled by Ansh Boje, and so he made the change. But Sharon Chakraborty is starting off himself with the ball going down leg side. So the bowling in terms of the line being bowled from this end, the southern or the highway end of the ground hasn't been as good as they'd like for it to be. So I think it's easy to criticize when you're sitting from out here, but for me, the line is a little bit too straight for both bowlers who bowled from this end for the last couple of overs. So 3 runs already from 1 legal delivery bowled in this innings, or in this over. So we'll see whether or not they can continue doing that. It's going to be up to them to sort of get things going. This is played down the ground for a single. And let's see whether or not they can carry things on from here. Let's see to what extent they can sort of accelerate towards the back end here, flatter and quicker. And it goes into the offside, no run. Three deliveries into over number 12. So starting again to run out of opportunities to score. Played into the offside. Another dot. The pressure is building. There is no question that the pressure is building. 2 balls remaining here in over number 12. You're down to the last balls of the innings. And to the extent that, my goodness, you're going to have to find opportunities to score. They may look for 2 here. No, just 1. That's Ansh Boje down on the boundary. Coming off of the boundary to make sure that that scoring opportunity has been negated. Here's the last ball of over 12. Fired through again at pace. This should be just 1 again. Excellent over bowled by Sharon Chakraborty. 5 runs coming from it. That included a wide. Make that 6 runs came from it. That included a wide. In the big grand scheme of things, the last 5 overs have cost 39 runs. But the overall run rate for the innings is 6.42. That projects to 128. For me, not enough. End of 12, 77 for 3. Coming down to the last 8 overs, the last 48 balls in this innings. The batters are Pranay Balaji, 26 from 20. Sid Saladi, 9 from 10. Pranay Balaji now facing up to Joy Jadav. Left arm fast bowler, back into the attack. Clipping this one to mid-wicket. Should just be 1. Aryan Satish, the captain, off the boundary. And just making sure that they know he has a good throwing arm. So you're going to see from here, I would sense that there might be some desperation starting to seep into the Texas Legends, because when you have a batter who is as dominant as Rishi Ramesh, The negative aspects of a batter like that is that if he gets out early, you've gotten so accustomed to relying on him for big runs that sometimes you lose the opportunity to score yourself. And when that happens and you lose out on a big bat like that, it definitely puts you on the back foot, and mentally it takes a makes a huge difference in the approach that you take, particularly given that this is a final. 7 to 9 runs on the board into the 13th over for me feels undercooked, as again this scoring rate right now is 6.41, which projects to a score of 128. In the air, clipped towards square leg. They should get 2 here. They're coming back and they'll get there easily. Strong throw, 1 bounce coming in from the captain at deep square leg, but 2 more runs. So the idea now is just going to be to not absorb any dot balls and just make sure that you, for the next 3 or so overs, get to the point where you're scoring 8, 9 runs and over, and then try to accelerate towards the end. Because from here, 9 runs and over the rest of the way gets you to 149. My unofficial target would be 160. So you're going to have to accelerate past that to make it a competitive game. This is dropped into the offside. Quick single. Ooh, a direct hit there might have been interesting, but they do get to the other end without much fuss. So this pair is looking to try to build something. Partnership, it came together when the score was 55. So they're looking to now build a partnership that is up to now 27. And with only 44 balls remaining, they're going to have to figure out a way of accelerating. Slash and a miss. Again, that's that left arm angle over the wicket, slanted across the right-hander, which prevents the batters from sort of getting the ball coming into them. When the ball comes into you, it becomes, especially if you're looking to hit big. Ball that slants across you or a ball that's turning or seaming away from you is a more difficult shot to play. And so that's the advantage of a left arm fast bowler. Here he is for the last ball. Skied in the air. Is anybody going to get there? No. Lands safely out of the way. I think that's Sharon Chakraborty running back from cover. Strong throw comes into the key to the non-striker's end. They get 2 runs. But in the context of this game, yet another good over. 40 runs. Make that 84 runs. Make that 85 runs is your total. After 13 overs, last 42 deliveries coming up, 85 for 3. Make that, apologies, 84 for 3. .84 for 3 after 13. Sharon Chakraborty with ball in hand again. Now looking to bowl to Pranay Balaji. Balaji 30 from 23. 1-4 and 1-6. Sid Saladi 12 from 13 with a 4. And you're almost at desperation stage now. This is looking to be swept around the corner. We get a single. So in thinking through your bowling options, Daniel Bagani still has 2 overs left. I would suspect that he'd come back to bowl overs 18 and 20. We'll look at that again in a second. Off the back foot. Oh, that's going to be a few runs. Pierces the outfield or the infield, running close to the boundary. And it slows down enough that George Adav gets to it, but they run 3. 3 welcome runs here for the cause of the Texas Legends. So again, talking through the bowling options, Daniel Bagani has 2 left. Tarandeep Paul is done. George Adav still has 1. Iron Satish has 2. Ansh Boje has 3. Sharon Chakraborty, after this over, will have 2 left. This is another double. So you're getting a few runs here. The first 3 deliveries in this over have yielded 6 runs. So my sense is, if you're looking to construct the bowling attack for the rest of the way, my sense is that overs 18 and 20 would be Daniel Bagani. I would imagine 19 might be George Adav. And then there should be some combination of bowlers who are going to bowl overs 15, 16, and 17. Oh, yeah, 15, 16, and 17. Possibly the spinners. Spinners have bowled generally well so far. This is Sharon Chakraborty. Oh, going down the leg side. What is the call here? He bowled him. Did he bowl him? Wait, we're having a look because the stumps have been disturbed, but the bowler, I think there's some question as to whether or not he was actually bowled or whether it was an attempted stumping. He walked all the way across, and the question is going to be whether the ball hit the stumps directly, and he is given him. So he was bowled. So he walked all the way across, left the stumps exposed, and Sharon Chakraborty rattled the leg stump. The question to be asked, again, the umpire who is at the standing end, that's Sagar Bavsar, wanted to be sure that the ball didn't ricochet off of the keeper back onto the stumps, in which case it would have been an attempted stumping, and had his back foot been in the crease, it would have been not out. But conversation between umpires, I think they ended up with the conclusion that that ball actually hit the stump directly. Once umpire Sagar Bavsar was convinced with the word from his partner, Cameron Best, he raised the finger, and that is wicket number 4 that goes down. 91 for 4 with 1 ball remaining here in over number 14. And once again, the struggles continue because that is the end of Balaji. It does mean now that Pranay Balaji has all of it on his shoulders. This is Karthik Dorairaj who's coming to the wicket, and he's going to have to stay there with Pranay Balaji, because as of this point you're running into a situation where you're desperate for runs, and that partnership worth 36 runs. They came together at 55 for 3. Partnership is broken at 91 for 4. So you were looking for a big partnership from those two. Didn't exactly get it. And you are now going to be at the point where something needs to happen for you to accelerate the scoring. 1 ball remaining in over number 14. You're down to the last 6 overs and 1 ball. And this again is now Arav Ashok. My apologies. Arav Ashok is now the batter who's taken strike. Arav Ashok facing now up to Sharon Chakraborty. Working it around the leg side. Can't get it away though. That's a really, really good over. 7 runs coming from it. But 7 runs and a wicket, you'll take that every time. End of 14, 91 for 4. Last 6 overs coming up. Okay, I lied about Daniel Bagani. I thought he was going to come back and bowl overs 18 and 20. Looks like they're bringing him on now to bowl over number 15. So maybe he bowls 15 and 17. Or maybe he bowls 15 and then comes back later toward the back end of the innings. But here he is now, bowling to Pranay Balaji. First ball worked into the offside for a single. A long way to go here, but to continue my boxing analogy, if this is a 15-round fight, feels like the first 5 rounds have gone directly the way of the Texas Skywalkers. And anything can happen, but to the extent that this is going to be a tight finish, I'd prefer to have the hand of the Texas Skywalkers right now than the hand of the Legends. Dot ball here, so 2 deliveries into over number 16, make that 15. Daniel Bagani bowling really well. His figures so far, 2.2 overs, none for 5. So easily the most economical of the bowlers so far. Ashok looking to make something happen. Slash outside off stump. Not going to make any contact with this one though. And he continues his miserly bowling, Daniel Bagani. All of the bowlers so far have done very well as a collective group. And when you have a team that has the prowess of the Texas Legends, only scoring at 6.3 runs and over at this stage of the innings. Another dot ball, and each dot ball brings more and more pressure. The overall run rate now under 6.3, down to 6.27. And once again, if you're looking for a score in the neighborhood of 160, that may at this stage feel like it's out of reach, because for you to get to 160, you need to be scoring at more than 2 runs off of every ball. In other words, from here, this is squirted off the outside edge. It's just going to be a single. From here, though, you need to bowl or score at the rate of 12 runs and over just to get to 155. And so 8 and over gets you to 135. 9 and over gets you to 140, 10 and over gets you to 145, but those are not numbers that are anywhere near 160. So my sense is that you're going to have a whole lot of work to do in the next several overs, because you're now running out of balls. You're down to the last 31. Driven down to long on. Another single. You won't refuse singles when you get them, but my goodness, you're going to need way more than that. That is the end of over number 15. Last 5 coming up. The score is 94 for 4. So 94 for 4. You're down to the last 5 overs. Sharon Chakraborty to continue. Played to extra cover. Oh, dives right over it, Joy Jadav. And he dove over that because he is left-handed, and that was to his right. So it's always more difficult for you to field on the side of your non-dominant hand. And I only know that because I've done that exact same thing a number of times in the past. Yet another single though. driven down the ground for yet another single. So doing it in ones is just not, to me, going to be enough at this stage. You need a few big strikes. You need to figure out some way to manufacture runs. You're down to the last 28 balls of the innings. You're not yet at 100. Back to the bowler, no run. So down to the last 27. Just again talking about projected scores. From here you need to score 12 and over just to get to 150. Try to go big, straight down the ground though, past the bowler. Should be a couple. That is Captain Aryan Satish. No, they did not get a couple, just one. Tried to go big, but he got to the pitch, but didn't or wasn't able to elevate the ball the way that he should have needed or what it would have wanted to. And so now back on strike is Pranay Balaji. Oh, he bowled him! Oh my goodness! He went back trying to play through the leg side, a quicker, flatter ball, and it rattles the middle stump. That might be the last hope of a really challenging score being put on the scoreboard. The second of the big hitters, Rishi Ramesh, went early. It is now Pranay Balaji who walks back to the pavilion after having only scored 39 from 30 balls, make that 31 balls with 1-4 and 1-6. Wicket number 5 goes down, if you can believe it. And the Texas Legends continue to wobble. The score is 97, make that 98 for 5. Okay, so it appears as though they will take advantage of the fall of the wicket to take yet another strategic timeout. So we'll take that timeout with them. Texas Legends, 98 for 5. They need several more runs. $98 for 5. The batters are going to be Arav Ashok, who is at the non-striker's end. And the new man to the crease is going to be Karthik Durairaj. Durairaj is the wicket keeper, but as of right now, he's going to be asked to do some batting. He's absolutely going to be asked to do some batting. Throughout the tournament, he has a good strike rate. Strike rate is 123. In other words, the strike rate is calculation of the runs of the runs that you score divided by the number of balls that you face. So any strike rate that is greater than 100 means that you scored more runs than you faced balls. But it's not about strike rate now. It's about, well, it is about strike rate, but it's also about scoring. Here's Joy Jadav again. I would think that they'd want to put him somewhere other than extra cover because he dives over every ball that is to his right. And again, I explain the reasons why I think that is. That is a single that goes into the outfield. Yet another single, yet another struggle for the Texas Legends. They're down to the last 4 overs. They're at 99 for 5. $99 for 5. Last 4 overs. Joy Jadav has the ball in hand. He'll be bowling from the forest end. He has 1 over remaining. He was brought into the attack belatedly. He's ordinarily an opening bowler. And any opening bowler who's asked to bowl first change would have to have a bruise to the ego. Been there, done that. But he struck immediately the biggest blow of this match to get rid of Rishi Ramesh. Now fires this one down the leg side though. From the left arm angle that he's bowling, he's looking to slant this ball across Kartik Dorairaj. Obviously anything down the leg side does not help, so he's going to need to find that right line. But 3 overs, 1 for 18. Daniel Bagani still has 1, so let's assume he'll bowl probably the last over. So it'll be interesting to see who bowls the next couple. Slower delivery. Oh, no ball, oh my goodness. He overstepped. And umpire Cameron Best signaling first the no ball and then the free hit. I want to take a look at this again. I think he may have overstepped. He either overstepped the front foot on the popping crease. Yes, that's exactly what happened. So Joy Jadav starting out in a ragged fashion here. The first one was a wide, and this next delivery is a no ball. And here's your free hits. Swing and a miss, my goodness. That's a great delivery. Slower delivery too. Get through the shot a little early. In fact, by a little early, I mean about a week early. Kartik Dorairaj looking to hoist that one over mid-wicket. Not able to make contact. But importantly, even though he started here with a no ball and a wide, he's only cost his team 2 runs from 1 legal delivery bowled. Those 2 runs are the wide and the no ball. Now it's going to be up to him to regain the appropriate setting. That is driven in along the ground to captain himself. Down to the last 22 balls. The score is 102 for 5. At 102 for 5, from here, 12 runs and over gets you to 146. You need, I would think, to honestly challenge 160, as I was saying earlier. So 160 is no longer in the equation. Oh, that is a slower delivery again, and it bounces over the top of middle stump. This is a great delivery by Joy Jadav. So Arav Ashok appears to be ready to hit the ball into next week. And his slower deliveries are absolutely fooling him. Just needs to take a second to time the ball properly. Now Joy Jadav is a smart bowler, so he won't be very predictable with regard to what he's bowling and when he's bowling. Here he is again. Quicker this time, but he does wave and miss for the third consecutive delivery. And this is a good comeback over being bowled, a comeback to the over being bowled by Joy Jadav. So 2 balls remaining here in over number 17. My sense is that you're going to need to put something on the table here. Maybe walk over toward the leg side to access the offside. Change something. The stroke down the ground. They might get 2 if they run hard, and they're coming back for the second run. The throw coming to the bowler, but it's a wayward throw, so they get a welcome 2 runs. Last 19 balls of this innings coming up. We have 104 runs on the board. It might not even make sense to continue looking at what it would take to get to 160. I don't think that's possible anymore. But in order to get to 150, 150 may actually be out of reach also. But 10 and over from here gets you to 136. Maybe you set that much of a target and hope that the pressure of being in the finals is what helps you put yourself in a position to win this. This is clipped away into the deep. Iron Satish, who's down there on the boundary, will come back for a second. No, not there. And did he get the run out? No, did not get the run out in time. But that's a good piece of work in the deep by the captain. 6 runs coming from the over. Even with the wayward start, it's a good over by Joy Jadav. 28 runs have come from the last 5, so they are decelerating at the point that they need to be accelerating. End of over number 17. It is 105 for 5. So Sharon Chakraborty has bowled 3 overs, 2 for 18. So he's gone exactly a run a ball. In fact, both bowlers who have just bowled, or Joy Jadav and Sharon Chakraborty, have both gone at exactly a run a ball. Joy Jadav's 4 overs cost 24 runs, and he took a wicket. Oh, looking to play this off the back foot. That ball stayed low on him, very easily could have gone on to disturb the furniture. But starts out with a single. So Arav Ashok 6 from 12, Karthik Durarad's 2 from 4. Both of them, their strike rates are 50. You need a strike rate from this stage. You'd want it to be about 150. So they need to accelerate. Off the back foot, that's going to be a few runs. Running away down the hill, I think that should get to the boundary. No, pulling it back just before it gets to the boundary. But they would have gotten 3 runs, 2 runs. Nope, 3 runs. They did end up running 3, so that's good work. That was cut late and played behind that fielder at short third. That is Tarandeep Paul. So welcome 3 runs there. Now looking to go big down the ground. This is going to be just 1 though. That is Ansh Boje, who's coming off the rope at deep mid-wicket to limit things to 1 run. So 3 deliveries into over number 18. This is Shayan Chakraborty's last over. 2 for 23 are his figures. And you're down to the last 15 balls in the innings. Tossed up. Extra cover. Joy Jadav again with the ball to his right. They come back for a second run. Oh my goodness, a direct hit there, and he's gone by a mile. But that throw, strong throw from the captain, Aryan Satish, but it was wayward. And so they sneak through for another 2 runs. Don't mind taking chances at this stage of the innings. You're running out of balls, only 14 left. And so you sort of have to try to put the pressure on the bowling side. Goes for the big hit. Where does that go? Goes down to Daniel Bagani at mid-wicket. Just a single. 8 from the over. A very productive over. But they need, I would think at least, they'd welcome a boundary to end things here in over number 18. Winding up for the big hit, but just cannot make the kind of contact that he wants to. That is the end of over number 18, just a single, so 9 runs coming from that over. At the end of 18, 2 remaining, score is 114 for 5. $114 for 5. Once again, if you are so led, feel like jumping into the chat and say who you're rooting for, like Bhavesh Desai, who writes, "Let's go Skywalkers." Well, Bhavesh, your team, I think, is well and truly on top here. And to the extent that you assume that they can continue in the same way that they've gone so far, they're in a position to do really, really well. And this is going to be economically the best bowler on the day. Daniel Bagani's 3 overs are going to cost 7 runs, if you can believe that. And he's now going to be bowling over number 19. So the question to be asked is, who is going to bowl over number 20? Aryan Satish himself has 2 overs remaining. Ansh Boje has 3 overs remaining. So of those who've bowled already, your options are going to be either Ansh Boje or Aryan Satish. And I can't see them introducing a new bowler at this stage. So I would think one of those 2 would bowl overs 19, or 2 of those 2 would bowl overs 19 and 20. Might have just jinxed Daniel Bagani though. Fires this one well outside the line of off. He'll have to re-bowl that. Down to the last 12. We have 115 runs on the board. I don't think that's enough, but I made the point earlier about the fact that runs on the board are elevated in the context of a final. Driven down the ground for a single. This is Ansh Boje. They may come back for a second. No, they wanted to, but good clean pickup and a strong throw by Ansh Boje. And so that is the end of any potential scoring opportunities other than the single. Runs on the board is important. So 125 on the board in a final is probably like 145 in a group stages match, but 145 is still a below par score. So either way, you're going to have to bowl out of your skin, whatever total you set. And, oh, it's a no ball this time. It was wide enough to be considered a wide, but definitely signaled no ball and a free hit. Now, there's a number of different ways that a no ball can be bowled. I might look at the replay to see if this ball pitched off of the square. It absolutely did pitch off the square. That's why it's considered a no ball. So, among the different ways that you can have a no ball, if the ball pitches entirely off the pitch, that's a no ball. Slash and a miss. So the no ball and free hit does not cost anything. A few extras in this innings. 8 extras already. From memory, 3 of them have been no balls. But you're now to the point where you're at the business end of the inning. So you have the last 10 deliveries of the innings coming up. Swipe and a miss. Or was that an edge? I want to see what the signal is from umpire Cameron Best. In fact, the only signal there is to his partner to indicate that there was only 3 balls remaining, which means that that was an edge that came off the bat. So you can put that down as a drop catch. Keeper is going to be Ranak Saluja, and you will be disappointed that he put that one down. But you still have 3 deliveries to go here. Good delivery again, that line outside off, and it was a rising delivery, so no contact made. What a brilliant over this is by Daniel Bagani. This is going to be the last 2 balls coming up in over number 19. So 8 deliveries remaining in the entire innings. A really disciplined bowling attack here by the Texas Skywalkers has put them in, I think, a dominant position. And again, anything can happen, and you only need 10 good balls to take 10 wickets. But this is in the air, and it's going to run past Tyron Deep Paul and run away down to deep third for a welcome boundary. They needed many, many more of these, and you'll absolutely accept it. This is a thick outside edge. Arava Shuk throwing the bat at that one, and it goes down to deep third. So he now moves to 13 from 17 with that one boundary. Karthik Duraraj at the non-striker's end, 9 from 10. And this is now the last ball of the over coming up. Goes over the top again. That's going to be 4 more. Welcome runs toward the back end of the innings. Slowing down as it got toward the fence at deep backward point, but it certainly does eventually get there. So welcome, absolutely welcome runs. 12 coming from the over. Daniel Bagani had conceded 3 runs, make that 7 runs from his 3 overs before that. Concedes 12 here. And interestingly, the last 2 balls of this over went for 4. Remember that this was an 8-ball over because he had a no ball and he had a wide. So those 2 extra balls cost 8 runs. Something to pay attention to as you go through the rest of this innings. And the rest of this innings is only 6 balls old because it requires somebody coming up now, and it will be the captain himself, Aryan Satish, who takes charge, takes the ball in hand. He'll be looking to bowl in the very last over.
To see the celebrity. So I have to come all the way here.
Mr. Yogesh Patel, good afternoon. Any words of wisdom for any of the players or any fans who might be listening? You've seen cricket in this area for the last 50 years almost. What are your thoughts?
I think my only advice to the kids is enjoy the cricket. Be competitive on the field, but outside the field, just be the friends. And when you start enjoying cricket, you will love it. So
that first delivery in over number 20 yields a wicket as Aryan Satish gets the top edge or the outside edge of the bat of Karthik Duraraj. Wicket number 6 goes down, 126 for 6. Finish your thought.
Yeah, I think, and I'm glad that you've been here for every game, wherever it is. It's just like, we can't stay away from the cricket field. That's our problem. But I'm glad that your wife and my wife both are understanding. So let us do this. Okay. Can't do without their permission.
Yogesh Patel, who is the, let's call him the patron saint of cricket in Houston. First delivery here to the new batter, Pranav Bhatta, drops it to short third. They come back for the second. They'll get 2. So wicket to start over number 20, then 2 runs. And so now you're down to the last 4 because it's going to look like a really heavy lift at this stage for the Texas Legends to put a competitive total on the board. But again, It is, as they say, a funny old game, and all that the Legends would need would be 10 good balls. But I do believe they would need to bowl out the Skywalkers in order to win this game. So we'll see how it develops from here. Off the back foot, in the air, bouncing just before it gets to the fielder. That's Chakraborty, I believe, in the extra cover area. He'll get a single. Down to the last 3 now, because, in fact, yeah, down to the last 3. We'll see exactly what happens from here, but this is down the ground, in the air, not going to carry. One bounce, and the throw coming into the non-striker's end. So yet another single. So 2 balls remaining in the innings, and they'll need way more. It's no longer about what they need. It's about how well they can bowl when they come into the field, because from here, you're absolutely going to need to bowl out of your skins to win this game. Reverse switch, or switch hit is attempted, and he's trapped him in front and given him LBW. Pranav Batad is not happy, but it does not matter. You're agreeing with the umpire's decision is not part of the equation in cricket. And he tried the reverse sweep and paid the price. That is wicket number 7 that goes down. 2 wickets already in this last over by the captain, Aryan Satish. And it does bring to the wicket the number 8 batter, or make that the number 9 batter. We'll see exactly who this is as soon as we have the opportunity. But either way, he'll have 1 delivery to face. The score is 130. You needed a lot more than 130, but your mentality from here is going to have to be whatever runs are on the board, we have got to defend them. Here's the last ball, tossed up, and didn't want to look for the big hit, just easy, or wanted to just take that single. 1 run from that last ball, so 5 runs from over number 20, if you can believe it. And the score that the Texas Legends end up with is 130 for 7. Just looking at the full scorecard, Rishi Ramesh 14 from 14, but he would have wanted at least 50 more than that. Priyadarshan Arvind Kumar 19 from 23. Pranay Balaji 39 from 31 was the top scorer. Rinesh Jayachandran 5 from 5. Sid Saladi 15 from 15. Arav Ashok 18 from 19. Kartik Duraraj 9 from 11. And Pranav Batad 3 from 3. In fact, that last batter was Viraj Edgener, who came in and got a single off the last ball. The bowlers pretty much bowled with discipline and control for the entirety of the innings. A few exceptions here and there, but as a group, they bowled very well. Daniel Bagani, 4 overs, none for 19. Tarandeep Paul, 4 overs, 1 for 29. Joy Jadhav, 4 overs, none for 24. And we make that 1 for 24. Aryan Satish, 3 overs, 3 for 25. Ansh Boje, 1 over, none for 7. And Sharon Chakraborty, 4 overs, 2 for 27. So, that leaves us with the Texas Skywalkers needing to score 132 runs to lift the cup for the 2024 Houston Youth Premier League. Join us in about 10 minutes for the chase. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Prairie View Cricket Complex for the finals of the 2024 Houston Youth Premier League Senior Division. This one is for all the marbles, and I believe that the Texas Skywalkers, who bowled brilliantly, will have just the nose ahead as they come up against the effort by the Texas Legends to limit them. This is going to be Pranav Batad with the new ball in hand, and he's bowling to Raunak Saluja. Raunak Saluja, the right-hander. At the non-striker's end is going to be Ansh Boje. Opening with spin here. And that second delivery is played down the ground. That's Viraj Ejner. And immediately Raunak Saluja opens his account. So opening with spin, off spinner, Pranav Batad statistically is their best bowler. What I mean by that, he's taken the most wickets, 10 wickets in the series so far, an economy rate of 7.15 and 22.4 overs bowled. So he's bowled the highest number of overs, conceded 162 runs, but has taken 10 wickets. So his average there is 16.2. But you're going to need to win this match. You're going to have to take 10 wickets. There's no question that one of two things happens. Either the Skywalkers get to 132, or you take 10 wickets. The game will not end, for example, with a score of 124 for 5. So one of two things is going to have to happen. You're going to have to bowl them out, or they get to the target. And Ansh Boje breaking or getting off the mark here. So in order to win this game, Texas Skywalkers are going to have to score from here at the rate of 6.72 runs and over. They need another 130 in the next 116 balls. By modern day cricket standards, that should be pretty straightforward. You don't anticipate that they should have much trouble with this, and they're a good batting side. Maybe after the next 2 balls, we'll go through some of their figures to see where they've gotten their runs. This is played into the leg side. Should be a single. That's Captain Rishi Ramesh, who's in that area. 1 ball remaining now in over number 1. 3 runs already on the board. So in theory, you could be satisfied with just picking up singles, and then eventually the odd ball, you're able to hit it away for 4 or 6. Ansh Boje is on strike. He's a left-hander, so Pranav Batad will be turning the ball away from him. That's where there's a fielder at slip. Played into the off the back foot, running away down the hill, close to the boundary and getting there for 4. That is a classic left-hander as a late cut. And once he got it wide of that fielder at gully, or fine of that fielder at gully, it was always going to race away for 4. So a good first over up until that point, but it is spoiled with that boundary. Ansh Boje struck the first boundary of the innings. That's the end of 1, and the score is 7 without loss. So I mentioned, let's just go through the batting records for the day, or for the tournament for the Texas Skywalkers. The aforementioned Ansh Boje is the leading batter for the tournament. In 7 matches, he has scored 278 runs, high score of 76. An absolutely ludicrous strike rate of 148.66 and an average of 55.6. Big numbers up and down the board. Leads the team easily in 4s with 32. Tied for the team lead in 6s with 6, and has 3 50s. So absolutely brilliant batting by Ansh Boje. Second best batter is Akhilesh Balan. Aryan Satish, number 3. Akhilesh Nanda Sudhakar, number 4. Tarandeep Paul, 5, and Raunak Saluja, 6. So you have at the wicket right now your number 1 and your number 6 best batters. And for the bowlers, for the Texas Legends, currently with the ball, you have your second best bowler in terms of wickets taken, Aaron Conley, 7 matches played. He's taken 6 wickets, 46 dots, economy rate of 8. Bang on target here to Ronak Saluja. And a good start. He's bowled very well. I thought he was a little unlucky in a number of the matches that they played, where bowled well enough to take multiple wickets, ended up not getting any, but has proven to be a really good bowler, particularly in the power play overs. By the way, you can probably hear that the wind has picked up a little bit, blowing across the field. Look from your right to your left as you look at the screen. Going down the leg side, play to square leg for no run. So a couple of dot balls to start here by Aaron Conley. So once again, I don't think that there's any choice. Your choices from here are either to take wickets or watch the Texas Skywalkers win this game, because I don't think that there's any way you restrict them from getting the total without bowling them out. It's not the type of total where you can actually just sort of contain them and have them end up with something like 120 for 5. I don't think that's going to happen. Your only way of winning this match is by taking wickets. So as you look through the approach being taken by the fielding side, the question to be asked is, where are your fielders and where are you going to expect to see them so that they can take wickets? Fielders outside the circle are long off. That's Rishi Ramesh down there at the boundary. And then there is another fielder down at long on. Kind of hard to identify who that is, but and again, my apologies. I thought that was a fielder down there. That appears to be the coach. No, never mind. That is not the coach. That is a fielder all the way down on the boundary. So both fielders outside the circle are straight. So you're expecting something on the fuller side. Nothing square or short, because anything going on either side of the wicket is going to get runs like that. Gets away, running down the hill. Won't get to the boundary. They'll get 2. But that's what I was referring to, with both fielders outside the circle straight. Anything that is wide or too straight, where you're able to score square of the wicket. In other words, directly as you look at the screen to your left or to your right. If they're able to score in those directions, then there will be scoring opportunities, because nobody's in the deep to protect there. The 2 fielders in the deep are straight, in other words, towards the top of your screen. Oh, that didn't go where he was looking to play it. Ansh Boje. Throw coming to the non-striker's end. Inside edge. But he gets away with it and gets a single to boot. So that is going to be 1 ball remaining now in over number 2. Score ticking along to 11. I tell you that you're going to need to figure out a way to break the partnership. Not just to break this partnership, but to take wickets. As of right now, your job is to take wickets. Containing them, I don't think is going to work. Big hit. Is this one of the first wickets? No. Lands in front of Rishi Ramesh. Strong throw coming to the non-striker's end. A single that closes things out in over number 2. For a split second there, Ronak Saluja's heart might have been in his mouth, but he lives to fight another day. End of 2, 12 without loss. Without loss after 2. At the end of over number 2 in the first innings, the score was identical. It was 12 without loss. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can maintain that pace. Oh, what a beautiful delivery that is. Pitched outside off, turns back in, bounces over the top of the stumps. And did it go for buys? Yes, those are 4 buys. An unplayable delivery, drawing Saluja forward, beat the inside edge with the turn, but also beat the keeper and ran away down the hill for 4 buys. It's unfortunate that you concede 4 runs like that, because that was an absolutely brilliant delivery from Pranav Batad. 4 bonus runs to the side. There's the next delivery. Tossed up. Oh, wrapped in front. Loud appeal. They're begging for it. For me, from here, that looks as though it struck him outside the line of off stump. If you are struck outside the line of off stump while playing a shot, even if that ball would have hit the stumps, you are adjudged not out, per the rules. Tossed up again, goes big, nobody out there, or is there somebody out there? There is somebody out there, and he drops the catch. Oh, he had a long time to stare at it, settled himself, but could not put it away. Oh my goodness, I think he might have been concerned with being over the rope, but his feet were fine. He was maybe a yard inside the rope, and he easily could have taken that catch, but he puts it down. Next delivery, a dot. So exciting times. First delivery, turns a mile, beats the keeper and the batter, goes for 4 buys. Next delivery, wrapped on the pad, not out according to umpire Bafsar, which I agree with. Third delivery, a drop. What happens on the 4th? Just played down the ground. Much more calm, much more sedate. But as the late, great Richie Beno would say, it's all happening because you need wickets. First of all, the fact that you open the bowling with a spinner, an off spinner, is indication of the fact that you think the opportunity is there to get wickets. And this pitch, some turn, a little bit of bounce, but definitely some turn, particularly from this end. So now you're bowling to Ansh Boje, who is a big hitter, but who is left-handed. And so if that ball is turning, if he tries to go on the leg side, in other words, hit to the left of your screen, that will be against the turn, and there's always a chance that he can get a top edge. Let's see what happens here. Off the back foot, gets through. It's going to run close to the boundary. They'll get at least 2. Pulled back by Aaron Connolly, and they may just have thought about 3, but end up not going for it. So a productive over thus far, and in fact that is the end of the over. 9 runs coming from the over, 21 without loss after 3. Three overs bowled, 21 without loss. So they're scoring at the rate of 7 and over. And this is Aaron Connolly again to start his second over. Down the leg side, that's not the line to bowl, and it is helped down toward deep backward square, close to the boundary, pulled back now. And they'll come back for the second. So bowled very well, landed the ball in all the right areas, but this time he gets a little too straight, and it is helped into the onside. In fact, off the bat, I am sure that Ronak Saluja thought that he had 4 runs. So did I, actually. But the ball held up long enough for one of the fielders to recover and clean it up. And so now a bit of a delay. The wind is picking up, as I mentioned, and it looks as though the bales are blowing off. at the non-striker's end. That's something that umpire Cameron Best will be on top of. And here's Connolly again. Oh, winding up, going for the big hit. Now this time it's a thick inside edge where the ball trickles to square leg. Make that to mid-wicket. Couple runs and a much better ball here. This one was on the stumps. And so what you want, especially early on, is for the batters to be playing shots before they get fully settled. And I suspect with the ball being where it is, and look at this, there are two fielders outside the circle at long on and deep mid-wicket. So they're both there in order to prevent the type of shot that you're seeing Ronak Saluja try to play. That big hoik over the leg side. So catching mid-wicket is now in position, and then there's a deep mid-wicket, and Rishi Ramesh at the hot spot down at long on. And so now we'll see if he continues playing these shots. Here's the ball by Connolly, outside off. Wave and a miss, but too far outside off. Umpire Cameron Best raises the arms. So this is about the stage in the match where the legends started falling behind, because at the end of over number 3 they had 15 in the first innings. End of over number 3 here, the score was 21. Next delivery, winding up again, going for that big shot. That's in the gap. Rishi Ramesh, a long run, and he'll be able to prevent it from going to the boundary. So 3 consecutive doubles to go along with the wide. So a very productive over on the way. Scoring at the rate of 8 runs and over right now, the Skywalkers. And with 3 balls remaining here in over number 4, the required rate is now down to 6.3. They need another 104 runs in 99 balls. Opening pair is there. Ansh Boje, non-striker. He's on 10 from 5. Short, whipped around the corner. Should be a couple more. Easy 2, in fact. So, consecutive doubles with 2 balls remaining here in over number 4. Runs are coming very easy, and you really have to do something to break the momentum. At some point, you'll need to see about taking wickets. You cannot be defensive forever. And everyone inside the circle is on the circle, so not applying much pressure. This is played back to the bowler. Dot ball for no run. Last ball coming up in over number 4. 132 was the target to start with, and you need 102 more in the next 97. The required rate is 6.31. Now I'll do a quick comparison after this ball. Next delivery. Oh, up and over extra cover. That is an absolutely brilliant strike. 1 bounce and goes for 4. 13 runs coming from the over. Very productive over. The most productive over of all the overs bowled so far. At the end of 4, the score is 34 without loss. So 4 overs have been bowled. 13 runs came from over number 4. The score is 34. Continuing the comparison from the first innings, after 4 overs, the Texas Legends had 22 runs on the board and their captain was already back in the pavilion. So just another 98 runs needed now, and this is change in bowling as 2 good overs by Pranav Batad. But he now gives way to Viraj Ejner, bowling from the highway end, the southern end of the ground here in Prairie View. And as of now, I mentioned you might need to start thinking about where your wickets are going to come from. Well, field is in the deep mid-wicket and long on. Ansh Boje, the lefty, Viraj Ejner, leg break bowler. And let's see how well he does here. Plays this on the offside. They get a single. It's a good call, good throw, but they get a single. Now, I mentioned that Viraj Ejner is a leg spinner, so he presents an opposite problem. In other words, when the lefty was facing the off spinners, the ball turned away from him. Now when he's facing the leg spinner, the ball turns into him. So that's going to be something to consider. And so the lefty will prefer facing Viraj Ejner as compared to Ranak Saluja, who will have the ball turning away from him. But now still inside the power play. So long on, dropping back onto the fence and deep mid-wicket in position. Long off coming inside the circle. There's the next ball. Played into the offside, no run. Good bowling on this effort. But good bowling alone will not do it. You need to not just bowl well, but you also need to take wickets. Tossed up, going down the ground. This is going to be Pranav Batad coming off the ropes at long on to make sure that this ball just stays as a single. Now, the singles can easily win this game. So the question to be asked is, for those who are inside the circle, are you going to continue just conceding singles? Because if you concede singles, that is bringing you closer and closer toward a loss. If you're chasing something around 170, then you'll accept singles. But with the required rate around 6 and over, meaning a run a ball, each run gets you closer to that potential target. Off the back foot, there's a fielder right in the position to make sure that that ball doesn't get through. Scores very heavily through that arc between deep third, between short third and point. Likes playing off the back foot behind point. So that fielder who's positioned in that spot is there for that reason. In the air, one bounce, doesn't carry all the way to the fielder in the covers. Last ball coming up. This is a good over on the way, Viraj Ejner. 2 runs coming from it. And now you'll see exactly how he closes things out. Tossed up in the air towards the gap. It's going to be a couple of bounces. And they'll get 2 runs. Good running. Pretty much always going to be 2 runs there. And so even though Priyadarshan or Arvind Kumar was in the area, not able to prevent that from going for 2. So that is the end of over number 5. 1 left in the power play. 4 runs coming from the over. And at the end of 5, the score is 38 without loss. So, 5 overs up, a quarter of the way to the chase. You're ahead of the game right now if you're the Skywalkers, and there's a change in bowling as this is going to be Arava Shok taking the ball from the Forest End, bowling now to Ranak Saluja. Played into the offside, no run. It's a good start, bang on target with that line and length. So you're going to need wickets. You need to manufacture them from somewhere. The question to be asked is, can you take 10 wickets before the Skywalkers score 94 runs? Because that's the only thing that matters in the context of this tournament, in this final. In the air, slapped away for 4. This time he gets it a little too wide and a little too short, presenting an easy scoring opportunity there for Ranak Saluja, who just elevates it to the right, make that to the left of the fielder at cover. And once he pierced that gap, nobody is out there, and this is the last over of the power play, so still only 2 fielders allowed outside the circle. Those fielders are down at long on and deep mid wicket. And so your need from this point on is to bowl a delivery that is essentially on the stumps or maybe on a 4th stump line. You can't bowl anything too wide. There is no protection out there. Here he is again. Similar type of delivery. Oh, considered to be wide. He did offer width. Ranak Saluja wanting to go for the big hit again, missing out on that attempted cut through the offside, but adjudged wide by umpire Cameron Best. And the other thing when you're defending a low total is you cannot have extras. There is just no way to afford extras. And to the extent that you're having anything to do with those wide deliveries, you're essentially hurting your own cause. Here's the next delivery. Full in the air. Oh, burst through the hands of the fielder at short cover. And it gets to the boundary to boot. Oh my goodness, that was a scoring or a wicket taking opportunity. Not the best of deliveries. Again, it was short and wide, and he threw the bat at it, but it went directly into the hands of the fielder standing at cover. I believe that's Sid Saladi. And unfortunately for him, he was not able to put that away. So the third thing you have to consider when you're defending a low total is that you have to take your catches. So if you don't take the catches, unfortunately for you, your efforts to win the game are going to be negated. And so now a change in the field. Only 1 man in the deep on the leg side now. That's long on. And there's now a sweeper in that extra, that down on that boundary, on the offside. Better deliver here, straighter, and just defended with a straight bat by Ranak Saluja, who's now up to 28 from 24. 3 boundaries, 2 of which have been struck in this over. And at the non-strikers end is Anch Boje, 13 from 9 with 1 boundary. Full up and over the top again, but this time, even though it did beat Sid Saladi, there is a sweeper who is now out there, so he's able to clean that up. So just a single. 1 ball remaining now over number 6. Anch Boje back on strike, 13 from 9. Ranak Saluja looks to want to throw the bat at anything that is where he's offered width. Essentially, that's what you want in a situation like this. You don't want to have the bowlers feel that they have you under control. Chasing a low total, one of the best things to do to keep the opposition out of the game is to make solid strides toward overtaking that total. And they're doing that right now. The Texas Skywalkers, 48 runs on the board, another 84 to get. Needing to score now at the rate of less than a run a ball, if you can believe that. 85 balls remaining, 84 runs left. Going around the wicket to the left-handed Anch Boje. Here's the last ball. Played with the straight bat into short cover, and that is the end of the over. Required rate from here is exactly 6. 84 needed and 84. We'll be right back. So Raj Edgner coming back on to bowl his second over. First over cost 4 runs, so it was very economical from that standpoint. But, may have said it already, economy rates are all well and good. But as of right now, the conversation needs to be about wickets. And if you're not taking wickets, then you're going to end up not winning this game because they're easily scoring at a rate above which they need to score to win this game. And the only thing to do now is to take wickets to slow them down or to bowl them out outright. Here's Viraj Edgner again. Tossed up. Doesn't go exactly the direction he was looking for that, but no harm, no foul. Viraj Edgner with a bit of a long run up for a spinner. Here he is again. Played into the offside. We're now outside of the power play, so more protection in the deep. Quick single taken. But the idea now is if you are the Texas Skywalkers, just make sure that the scoreboard keeps ticking. Viraj Edgner now bowling to the left-hander. So my sense is that Ansh Boje may not just essentially hit out. He's not necessarily needing to do that yet. But if the ball is tossed up and is in his arc, you get the sense that he'd want to take on that gap between long on and mid wicket. That was a nice delivery. Plays this down the ground. Just for a split second, I thought I might have heard him calling for 2, but not the case. So now that single brings up to 50. So you are approaching, or you have approached, a mental milestone. So just now another 82 runs needed for victory. Viraj Edgner again, tossed up. No run there. At the similar stage, the Texas Legends had 38 runs on the board. Tossed up. And I'll tell you what, he's trying to tempt him with that flight. And sometimes they'll tell you, toss the ball up above the batter's eye line to make him have to work to try to score. So spin heavy attack, all the bowlers, make that both bowlers who have bowled from this highway end have both been spinners. Viraj Edgner and Pranav Battad, two of the better spinners you'll see anywhere. Now the dot. So 2 runs from the over already. This is really a brilliant over. And in fact, that is the end of the over. So the over closes here at 50 without loss. 2 runs coming from it. A brilliant, brilliant over from Viraj Edgner. And hey, maybe the way that you take wickets is by building pressure. You certainly build pressure if you bowl an over that only goes for 2. See where we end up here in the next few minutes. We'll be right back. So the captain, Rishi Ramesh, takes the ball in hand. He needs wickets. He knows he needs wickets. One over ball by Aravashok. That one over went for 10 runs, and so he knows that he's going to have to not only have any bowlers bowl any overs that are that expensive, but he needs a bowler who is going to take wickets. So he's called his own number. We'll go through his bowling in just a second. In fact, we'll do it right now. Rishi Ramesh, third highest number of wickets taken in the series for the Texas Legends. Economy rate is excellent, 6.4. That's the best of all the economy rates of all the bowlers for the Legends. Now bowling to Ansh Boje. Let's see how well Ansh Boje handles him. Little bit of turn, gets through the infield. He'll get a couple. Long run out there by the fielder coming around from the rope. Ramesh with a couple runs conceded here to start over number 8. The deficit now 80. Off the back foot, forcing it into the covers, no run. So, in the sense that you need another 80 runs in the next 75 balls, things have gotten just a little bit more difficult. That is hit straight down the ground though. That's going to pierce long on and long off and go all the way for 4. That is a good looking strike. Straight down the ground. And Rishi Ramesh knows that he needs wickets, but he also knows that he can't afford to give up any runs. 3 balls bowled here in over number 8. And you're already at 56. Certainly ahead of the pace when it comes to the batting side as compared to the first innings. At this stage in the first innings, the Texas Legends make that, the Texas Legends when they batted had 44 runs. So you're ahead of the pace there, easily actually. And you've not yet lost any wickets, so it's going to be up to you to grab the bull by the horns and attempt to overhaul this total. Rishi Ramesh, once again, the captain of the US U19 team, so wealth of experience. And he's now going to be asked to take a wicket. Ansh Boje goes big, but there's a man down there, but he's not tall enough. Goes all the way for 6. Ansh Boje, power packed. And he now takes the lead in 6s for his side on the season. So far he has 7 6s to go with 32 4s. And it is the case where Rishi Ramesh is knowing, I think, that he's going to have trouble pulling things back. I don't mean he specifically. I mean his team, the Legends, are looking to run away from the Skywalkers. Worked into the gap. They should get 2. No, not going to be there. So a long way to go, but it's almost starting to feel inevitable. At this stage, the Texas Legends had 44 runs. This is played into the offside for a single. 44 runs through the 8th over, and with 1 ball remaining here, you're 19 ahead of that, 63 from 69, and yet you've not lost any wickets, so no question that you're ahead of the game. In fact, that's the end of the over. At the end of 8th, the score is 63 without loss. Raj Ejner back into the attack, bowling to Ranak Saluja. Raj Ejner now into his 3rd over. And knows he has work to do to take wickets here. Tossed up well outside the line of off and given a wide by umpire Sagar Babsar. Raj Ejner 2.1 overs officially. None for 7. Tossed up in the air. Oh, diving attempt by Rishi Ramesh to his left. Coming back for the second. Oh, they found him short of his wicket. But let's see, what's the decision? Diving attempt, and Anj Boje managed to get back. Umpire Cameron Best at square leg, so he has obviously the best look at that, and decided that that was not out. But back to that catch, it was a diving attempt made by Rishi Ramesh again. High-level player, plays for the Dallas Mustangs in the minor leagues, and is a captain of the USA Cricket T20 squad. So he absolutely has the pedigree, and he would not have been happy to know that that ball was just about a foot away from his grasp. Attempted grasp inside the circle at extra cover. So Anj Boje is back on strike. Interesting now, Anj Boje back on strike, waiting to see what the field looks like. It's a deep square leg, deep mid wicket, and long on. Quicker ball, and there's protection out there in the deep. So now 2 delivers remaining here in over number 9. I suspect that we may have a strategic timeout after this over. Tossed up, and it goes again down the ground to long off. Last delivery coming up now. So the equation looking more and more in the favor of the Texas Skywalkers. 68 runs on the board. They only need another 64, so they are actually past the target in terms of runs needed, and you're nowhere near halfway stage of the innings in terms of balls remaining. Played back to the bowler himself. Fields no run. 6 make that 5 runs that come from that over. Oh no, 1 ball remaining. Here's that last ball. Tossed up. Goes big. Wants to go big, but only gets it to go to extra cover for no run. So 5 runs coming from that over. At the end of 9, the score is 68 without loss. 6-8 without loss. The Texas Skywalkers are in cruise control. Their openers have been masterful so far. Ange Boje, 28 from 19, 2 fours and a 6. Ronak Saluja, 33 from 35 with 3 fours. Texas Legends need wickets and they need them fast. And so now they've turned to a new bowler coming from the Forest end. Rishi Ramesh bowled 1 over from the Forest end. That last over from that end that was bowled, and this one went for 14, so he took himself off. And now there's a new bowler coming in from the Forest end. Full squirted off the outside edge to backward point. Really short third. Not out. No, not out, but no run. This bowler, I believe, is Advait Iyer. But Iyer wants to make a difference. Bowled very well yesterday, and his team needs him to take a wicket or 4 here. Here he is again. Clipped to backward square leg. That's actually fortuitous for Advait Iyer. Got it a little too straight, and it was played into that area. If it were to either side of that fielder at short fine leg, may well have gone away for a boundary, but he's able to prevent that from happening. Just in looking at the interaction between Advait Iyer and umpire Cameron Best, I think he might have been suggesting to him that he's running in the danger area. I think that's what that little understated signal was. But he started out well here. 2 dot balls. Here he is again. 3 dot balls. Wanted to will that one to kiss the outside edge. But again, if you're looking to take wickets, sometimes the best way to do that is to build pressure. And the best way to build pressure is by bowling dot balls. So 3 dot balls in a row to start your spell is a really good thing if you are Advait Iyer. Missing his run up this time though. So just wanting to make sure that everything is in order before you go through with the delivery. Ball yesterday had a few deliveries go wide with wide for him outside the line of off stump. Haven't seen anything too wide yet, but not sure what the issue was with that landing area on the run-up. Good delivery, goes past the outside edge again. Great delivery. That's the 4th stump line. That is exactly the line that he needs to bowl. And he's finding success with that line. So for him, he just needs to be able to stay consistent, stay on that exact line, make them beat you from that line. If you get too straight, then you can get put away down the leg side. And certainly nobody in the deep behind square on the leg side. If you get too wide, then he can go up and over on the outside, meaning on the offside, and no one out there either. So you're going to have to be able to stay right on that line. There it is again. That's a good ball, driven into the covers for no run. So 1 delivery away. Whoa, a no ball. I missed that. Oh, well, everything I just said, take that back, because he overstepped on that delivery. And unfortunately for him, Advait Iyer, this is going to be a free hit. And Ronak Saluja, who does not need an invitation to play a big shot, just got a wide open invitation. And of course, with the same batter being on strike, you cannot switch fielding position. So the field has to stay the same. Up and over, going down to long off. Ultimately, that free hit only cost him 1 run, so he might consider himself lucky there. So last ball coming up now. Despite that little bit of excitement, still only 2 runs from this over so far. 1 via the no ball and the other via the single that followed from the free hit. But absolutely critical that Advait Ayer bowls a difficult ball to score off of here. In other words, the same concept about staying on a fourth stump line, but now he's bowling to the left-hander, so he needs to bring that line, make the adjustment for it to be the left-hander. Here he is. That's the line there. Oh, the ball stayed in the air for an agonizingly long time if you're Ange Boje, but it lands short of the fielder at backward point. But importantly, no run. The no ball doesn't cost him much, only 2 runs coming from the over. A really good over bowl by Advait Ayer. At the end of 10, halfway through in terms of the number of overs bowled, another 62 runs needed for victory. So 10 overs left, 10 wickets to fall. Rishi Ramesh needs a wicket every over the rest of the way. And so he's brought himself back on. He was expensive in the 1 over he bowled from the forest end, conceded 14 runs. But now he knows that for them to win, he's going to have to be the one taking the wickets. And the good thing about being an all-rounder is if you don't impact the game from in one aspect, you have the opportunity to impact it from another aspect. So he failed at the bat today, and he'll be looking to make up for things. Ball, leg spinner, tossed up, and it's played into the short cover area. Viraj Ejner does the cleanup work there for no run. Good economical overs being bowled here. They need several more of these, the Texas Legends. Again, to be able to build pressure, you need to bowl dot balls or concede singles. The required rate is now 6.31. Flatter with this delivery, played into the covers again. This is Viraj Ejner, throw to the non-strikers, and then gone! Oh my goodness! So that wicket came out of nowhere. The throw came in from the covers, and a sliding attempt made there by Raunak Saluja did not get there in time, and umpire Sagar Bavsar seemed to think that he was short of his ground. He slid, attempted to make his ground, but not able to do that. And unfortunately for him, Raunak Saluja, his day with the bat ends. Run out at the non-strikers end. The first wicket falls, going for a quick single, trying to pinch that quick single. But I mentioned the way that you build pressure is by bowling dot balls and bowling economical overs. Well, the point I started to make was over 9 went for 5 runs, so that counts in your favor. Over 10 went for 2 runs, that also counts in your favor. So when 2 consecutive overs go for 7 runs between them, that's where pressure gets built, and that's where you try to pinch a single where there probably was not a single to be taken. And so you take the wicket there, you'll absolutely take the wicket. It was gifted to you, I think. And as I mentioned, they need to take 10 wickets in the next 10 overs. You've certainly done that with that first ball, or the first wicket taken in this over. And you're going to need to do something special to keep up with that trend. As of right now, my sense is that a first wicket partnership of 70 would have done almost all of the hard work in getting you toward that total, but you're not there yet. So you're going to have to figure out a way to prevent yourself from being too overly eager, and understand that if a few dot balls occur, then that's perfectly fine. What you're going to have to do is figure out a way to keep the scoreboard ticking off the back foot. That is Ange Boje again. That's a single. And now it's going to be interesting to see whether or not they can keep those singles going. So, Raj Edgner with the ball in hand. He's going to need... I said Raj Edgner, my apologies. I meant Rishi Ramesh. He's going to need to continue building that pressure. But as of right now, to the extent that you need wickets and you need them fast, you're going to want to make sure that you keep the pressure on. Here's the next delivery. Tossed up, driven into that extra cover area. Good delivery. Last ball coming up now in over number 11. So, long way to go, but you would have found success in this over. Now you just need to continue. Tossed up again. And it's going right back to the bowler. He takes the return catch. The easiest catch that Rishi Ramesh would have ever taken. And a pretty simple return catch. Akhilesh Balan chips a pretty simple catch back to the man with the safest hands on the field. Rishi Ramesh is not going to drop that. Well, if you need 1 wicket per over, Rishi Ramesh has just taken 2 in this 1 over. And so, that is the end of over number 10. Make that over number 11. An over in which 2 wickets fell. And all of a sudden, in fact, my apologies. That's 1 ball remaining here in this over. But the bigger point is this. You need 10 wickets. You've just gotten 2 of them in this over. And so now you've gotten the Texas Skywalkers maybe just in a spot of bother, because Ansh Boje is there. He's set. He's on 29 from 21 with 2 fours and a 6. But the others who are coming in, first he lost his opening partner, Ronak Saluja, and then Akhilesh Balan with a pretty meek chip right back to the bowler himself. Big last ball of the over coming up now, because the new batter is going to be Tarndeep Paul. He's a big hitter. He can score quickly, but he'll be in hitting mode initially. And so maybe you try to manufacture a way of being able to keep him quiet at the same time that you're able to take away his natural aggression. Tarndeep Paul on the season, or for the series, 100 runs scored in 7 games. Average of 25, strike rate of 138. Here's the first ball to him. Oh, look at the turn on that delivery. Beautiful over by Rishi Ramesh. Only 1 over or 1 run conceded, and he took 2 wickets. That is the end of 11. Things just got a little bit more interesting. The score is 71 for 2. So you get the sense that the Texas Legends smell blood in the water, because they've brought back the opening bowler and the man who I think might be the most threatening in terms of being able to take wickets. Pranav Batad, first delivery, plays it into the offside. Not only is he a good bowler, an excellent bowler, turns the ball a lot, but he's turning it away from Ansh Boje. So the idea here would be to keep that ball on an off-stump line, have it turning and potentially leaving the left-hander. And I would not mind seeing a slip fielder in position right here. Oh, cannot bowl that line though. That line is one that is meat and drinks to any batter, particularly lefty. The ball slanting down the leg side, cashing in on that delivery. Easily put away for 4. So that would have broken the shackles to some degree. It's very important. Again, bowling around the wicket. You're going to have the ball angled in, but you can't have it angled in too straight. You want it angled in from around the wicket, but you want it to be landing on about off stump. And if it's going to turn, it's going to turn away from that off stump line. And again, I really would want to see a slip fielder in position. Still a little too straight for me. That goes in the outfield. They just might get two. They thought about 2, but only 1 there. Now, you're starting to think you've just gotten a couple of wickets in the previous over, 1 run coming from it, but already in the first 3 of this over, you've conceded 5. And now you do have the new batter on strike. So, Tarandee Paul not yet getting into his craft. He's only faced 1 ball, not yet off the mark. So the idea is, how do you rattle the new bowler? The new batter. I would not mind seeing a more attacking field. And yes, he's a big hitter, but he just came to the wicket, so you might want to do something to attempt to unsettle him. He's played into the offside, no run. Tarandee Paul again scored 100 runs on the season. Tossed up. Oh, I'm telling you, that's why I wanted to see a slip fielder there. And not only did he not get the ball directly, but he unfortunately had it spin by him. That ball came off the edge, so it was spinning. And so that spin, when the ball pitched, it cut away and got behind Advaita here. So unfortunately there, conceding a couple runs. But again, a more attacking field very easily could have seen a wicket there. Flatter, pushing it through. Dot ball. And that is the end of the over. A little bit of frustration shown there by Pranav Batad. 3 overs and none for 19. A little bit more attacking will have gotten him a wicket there. That is the end of 13. Make that the end of 12. The score is 78 for 2. Well, in the interest of looking at where you're going to get your wickets, Rishi Ramesh back into the attack. Again, his last over is much better than his first over. First over, no wickets, 14 runs. Second over, 1 run conceded and 2 wickets taken. So you're looking to see whether or not he can recreate that type of magic here. And this is third over. He's bowling to an attacking batter. Bowling to Ansh Boje is a leg spinner, turning the ball into Ansh Boje. And that is evidence of good turn there. Good length. Perfect length, actually, just short of driving length. As Ansh Boje neither going forward nor back, and making sure that it keeps the ball there. If you have it any fuller or straighter than that, it could potentially be a difficulty. And that's played down the ground for a single. Pranav Batad himself, who's down at long on. Now you're going to look to see how the field changes with the righty on strike and the righty who's just come to the wicket. 53 runs needed from the next 46 balls, so it's not an automatic. And again, you need wickets, but you also need to continue building pressure. In fact, those two may be one and the same. sometimes you can get wickets by building pressure. Here's the next delivery, tossed up, played into the offside. The pressure builds because that's another dot ball. So each dot ball brings pressure, and that dot ball in particular makes the required rate go above 7. So things are getting more and more tricky, more and more difficult. How does Rishi Ramesh capitalize on this? Here's the next ball. Stroke down the ground for a single. That releases some of the pressure, just at least momentarily. Talking about dot balls, interestingly, I talked a lot in the first innings about the number of dot balls. And in the first innings, the Texas Legends ended up with 38% dot balls. As of right now, in this innings, the Texas Skywalkers have 48% of their deliveries be dot balls. This is another one played back to the bowler himself, no run. But after that dot ball, that as of the one that you just saw, it is now the case that there have been 38 dots. 49% of the deliveries bowled in this innings have been dot balls. So that tells you that you're building pressure, and that's exactly what you need to do to put yourself in a position to win this game. Tossed up, wanted to go big, half-heartedly looking to appeal. First for an LBW, nowhere close to that. And then the keeper wanting to hold the ball close to the stumps just in case Ansh Boje stumbled over. In the end, it's another great over, but an over where a wicket does not fall. So 2 consecutive overs where no wickets are falling. You're down to the last 42 balls. You need another 52 runs. The score is 80 for 2. Batad is going to bowl himself out. 3 overs so far, and this is going to be his 4th. In the air, is going to run away close to the boundary. There's a sweeper down there. Coming back for the second. Kind of took off late going for that second run, but he gets it in the end. Not exactly a clean throw or a clean pickup, so precious 2 runs because each of these doubles is like manna from heaven. What you're doing is bringing yourself closer toward the target, and now the target, you're only 50 runs away from victory at this stage. Next delivery in the air. Who is going to be there? Long run, Rishi Ramesh cannot get there. Boy, opportunities are presenting themselves. Tarandeep Paul, as I mentioned, is a big hitter, likes going after the bowling, but didn't get that one cleanly. Rishi Ramesh down on the boundary once again. For me, the safest pair of hands in the field, and it's going to be the case that you have to anticipate where the ball is going. Ansh Boje now on strike, lefty. 35 from 28, 3/4s and a 6. This is an interesting matchup. Finger spinner, turning it away from him, going off the back foot. Interestingly, playing a cross-batted shot to a very straight delivery, one that he might have well been playing with a straight bat. Third delivery, so 3 balls remaining in the day with the ball 4. Pranav Batad in the air again for a while, but it's going to run away close to the boundary. Rishi Ramesh will not be able to get to it. He does get 4, and that releases a lot of the pressure. That means that you're now under 50 runs needed. You need another 45 in the next 38 balls. And to the extent that your best bowler is about to be bowled out, Pranav Batad, you wonder what he can try to do here to manufacture a wicket. Something close to a wicket-taking ball has to be what he bowls these next two. Off the back foot again. This time there's a sweeper out there in the covers. 1 run. 8 from the over. 88 runs on the board. 44 more needed. 37 balls in which to get them. Ansh Boljan out to 39. Make that 40 from 31. 4 fours and a 6. Things are getting more and more easy with each one of these singles, and especially since this is going to be the last ball bowled by Pranav Batad. Quicker, working it down to Rishi Ramesh at long on. A productive over that time for the Texas Skywalkers. They have 89 runs on the board. They need another 43 in the next 36. A developing story here is that you're getting close to what might be a photo finish. Another wicket or two here and things could get really, really interesting. It appears to be another strategic timeout. We'll take that break with them. We'll be back for the conclusion of a really tight match in about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So we're heading towards the conclusion of a really interesting match. This matchup between Texas Legends and the Texas Skywalkers. The Texas Legends batting first scored 131 runs. The Skywalkers, in pursuit of a target of 132, are 89 for 2. They need another 43 runs, and they need them in 36 balls. In theory, this should be a straightforward chase. But they're going to need to play with calm heads. Viraj Ejner has the ball in hand. He has bowled 3, none for 10 are his figures. And so this is going to be his last over. Pranav Batad is bowled out. And Rishi Ramesh has 1 over left. Those are your spinners. So it appears as though it's going to be pace the rest of the way after Viraj Ejner is done. Tarandeep Paul, 7 from 9. Ant Boje, 40 from 31. Ant Boje, 4 fours and a 6. So of the 7 fours that have been hit, he's hit 4 of them, and he's hit the only 6 in the innings. Through the offside, there's a sweeper on the boundary. It should just be 1 run. And so each single is important, even though at this stage of the innings, when you're chasing a target that requires 7.2 runs and over, every time you get a single, it makes the required rate increase. But what you want to do is just to keep scoring. And when you keep scoring, it upsets the rhythm of the fielders. Of course, there's a left-hander and a right-hander, so they're going to have to switch the field after each single. So you'll take all the singles that you can get and then cash in on the bad balls when you get them. Like that one, 2 straight, and he helps himself to 4 runs. And that is going down the leg side. That line is not going to bother anyone, especially not a left-handed batter the caliber of Ansh Boje. And so when it goes down the leg side like that, you're going to have to make sure that you find that ball outside the line of off stump. Anything going down the leg side becomes easy runs. Of course, if you don't know the regulations, you can only have on a cricket field maximum of 2 fielders in the quadrant between the keeper and square leg. In other words, if you draw a line directly as you're looking at your screen from the far set of stumps straight down to the fence, and then draw another line from that far set of stumps all the way to the left. In that quadrant, you can only have a maximum of 2 fielders. And so it is almost always an area of the field where you can score. So if you have the opportunity to score in that area, then you almost always can take advantage of it. So that's why it's such not a good idea to bowl down the leg side. Switching now to go around the wicket to Viraj Ejner. Looking for the big swipe and misses out on this. That's what happens when you bowl an off-stump line. That's the line that you need to bowl. Anything that is too straight going down leg gives you scoring opportunities. Anything on that line gives you the opportunity to keep the batter quiet. Here's the next delivery. Oh, top edge again, finding that edge, but nobody there. It was a very, I would say, not as attacking a field as it could have been. Earlier I said that I would have wanted to see on more than one occasion. I thought a slip fielder might be appropriate because you have to take wickets. The game right now is about taking wickets. So a more aggressive field really is something that you have to consider. That single very easily could have been, you can argue should have been, a wicket. Last 2 deliveries coming up here in over number 15. You're almost at the 3/4 mark of the innings. Another 37 runs needed in the next 32 balls. The required rate is now back under 7. Tarandeep Paul on strike. Oh, look at this. Moving right across his stumps. Very curious shot there, even though you know why he tried it. Nobody in the deep down the leg side. Gets away with it. I believe that might have ricocheted off of the glove or the handle of the bat. So it does count as runs to the batter. But boy, it's a curious shot with the situation demanding just a single here and there. You don't necessarily need to play that type of shot. Last ball of the over, last ball of Viraj Ejner's spell. In the air, but past the fielder in the covers. So coming back for the second, they get two. My goodness, an interesting passage of play where a couple of feet here or there would have made a difference whether the ball went to hand or not. But at the end of that over, 9 runs come from it. The 15th over is done and dusted. You need another 34 in the last 5. Viraj Ejner is done. He's bowled 4 overs, none for 19. Pranav Batat is done. He's bowled 4 overs, none for 28. Who will be the next bowler? Because you are now starting to run out of options. And to the extent that you still have 5 overs remaining, you still have Aaron Conley for 2, and you still have Advait Ayer still has 3. And in fact, it's going to be Advait Ayer who's going to be bowling now. So that answers the question of who's going to be bowling next. It's now going to be up to him to deliver. What his captain wants is a couple of good deliveries on off stump, asking the batters to hit in that direction. So comparing where they are now as compared to where the Texas Legends were. Interestingly, at this exact stage, the Texas Legends had 94 runs. So they're only just slightly ahead of that pace. They've lost much fewer wickets than the Texas Legends did. Just 2 wickets gone, but you do have a set batter at the wicket. Ansh Bojay, 47 from 35, 5 fours and a 6. And he is now going to be at the non-strikers end while the new bowler, Advait Ayer, comes in to see if he can make a difference. Once again, wickets are the name of the game at this stage. They have 8 wickets in hand, the Texas Skywalkers. So what you need to do is have them worried about being bowled out. And I don't know necessarily that a conversation would be about being bowled out, but you have to make them think that they have to work for this. And the way that you do that is by taking wickets. Here's Advait Ayer. Oh, off the outside edge. They'll get a single. I said it before and I'll say it again. A more attacking field would be potentially one way of being able to take advantage of all these edges, because a more attacking field might have a fielder at slip. And when you have a fielder at slip, that edge would have gone to hand. 99 runs on the board, another 33 needed. But the man on strike has 47 runs against his name. 35 balls faced, 5 fours and a 6. Advait Ayer 1 over, 1.1 overs and 3 runs conceded. Here he is. Driven square to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Coming back for the second, so they'll get 2. Didn't think off the bat that would have been 2, but they'll get 2, they'll take 2. Brings Ansh Bojay 1 run closer to his 50. And I hope I didn't just jinx him by saying that. But it is going to be the case as he looks around to see what his scoring options are. By the way, that also brings up the 100, that double. Going down the leg side, it's a wide. Advait Ayer unfortunately has to re-bowl that. And the Skywalkers are 1 run closer. Now just needing 30 runs. 30 runs is not a whole lot, and they do have 8 wickets in hand. So in theory, if we had a win predictor, the win predictor would probably be about 70-30 toward the Skywalkers. But you can't think of that if you're the Legends. You have to come up and put the ball in the right areas. Ball driven down the ground, and that's 50 for Ansh Bojay. Coming back for a second, no, not there. But he has batted well, and he knows that he's gotten to the point where he's gotten his team in the direction, looking around there, wanting to know if he should raise his bat or not. Finally, here's the applause from the pavilion, and he does sheepishly raise his bat. So that is 50 for him. Importantly, only 29 more runs needed for victory. And so now, partnership building here with Tarndeep Paul. Partnership now worth 32 runs. Full outside the line of off, and it's hit over the outfield. They just get one. They come back for the second, though. That throws wayward, and they do end up with 2 runs. So, where you are now, this all of a sudden is getting much, much easier. 27 needed from 26. So balls and runs are almost even, which means essentially a run a ball from here wins this game for you. Skywalkers 105 for 2. Last ball, make 2 balls coming up here in over number 16. Absolutely perfect weather conditions as of right now if you are a cricketer. Not so much if you're a fan. It feels a little chilly, but the cricketers are perfectly fine, and their adrenaline is pumping at this stage. In the air, nobody's going to be there. Is Rishi Ramesh going to get there? No, that was a big sprint. Couldn't quite get to it. And look at this, the throw coming to the striker's end, but he comes back for the second. The ball stayed in the air for a really long time, but Rishi Ramesh had a really long sprint and was not able to get to it. So 9 runs from the over so far, a very productive one with 1 ball to come. And it is now at the point where you're going to have to ask yourself, you know what, let's throw caution to the wind and set a more attacking field, because doing it in ones from here absolutely allows them to win. Thick edge and gone! That's what they were looking for. They find the edge, and it carries all the way to short third. That is Aaron Connolly who takes the catch, and that is the end of Tarndeep Paul. He was always going to be going after the shots. He is a big hitter and wants to field bat to ball. This time finds the edge, and I mentioned a more attacking field. Well, it didn't need to have the attacking field, because that is exactly how that edge carried all the way to Aaron Connolly at short third. That is the end of the over, a successful one. 9 runs came from it, but importantly, a wicket taken by Advait Iyer. He'll be happy with that. 2 overs, 1 for 11 are his figures. And I think he may just have bought himself another over from his captain. In the end, 4 overs remaining. 2 of them I'm almost sure will be bowled by Aaron Connolly, who just took that catch. Maybe the other 2 will be bowled by Advait Iyer. We'll see how that develops. Coming down close to a tight finish here. That wicket made a difference. It absolutely made a difference. But if you're the Skywalkers, you know that Ansh Boje is still there, and it is going to be up to him to try to shepherd his team over the finish line. Close finish coming up. Okay, so when I just talked about the bowlers who were left and how many overs they had, I completely forgot about the captain, Rishi Ramesh, who has 1 over left. So this is going to be him bowling his last over. The last over going to be bowling to Ansh Boje. This may be the last big matchup of this match. If he gets the wicket of Ansh Boje, then it's the cat amongst the pigeons. If Ansh Boje is still there at the end of this over, or even more importantly, if he's able to score a few runs in this over, say 8 or 10 runs, something like that, then that makes the game that much easier for the Skywalkers. But nervous moments for sure. But by the way, the new batter is going to be Aryan Satish, the captain. So it's going to be captain and opening batter at the crease together. Ansh Boje, who is the leading batter for the side, the Skywalkers. In addition to being the leading batter for the side, he's a lefty, which makes it still possible to have the left-hand, right-hand combination. Fine leg is inside the circle. Square leg is on the boundary. The lesson there is you absolutely cannot be too straight. Keep the ball outside off. Feigns a delivery here. And looking at the field, there's a long on and long off. There's a deep cut corner. There's a square leg, as I mentioned, on the boundary. Inside the circle on the offside, there's cover, deep third. And in the air, there's going to go down one bounce. Oh, it gets through the man down there at long on, or long off rather, and they'll get 2. So as I mentioned, this may be the most important matchup the rest of the way. If a few runs score in this over, then effectively the game can be finished. And as of right now, they need 23 in 23. Sid Salade dropping back into that position at long off because they realize how important that position is. And that ball that went in that area just now was just fumbled. So you cannot have any fumbles, can't give away any extra runs. Now here's the next delivery, bowled by Rishi Ramesh. There's the ball I said you cannot bowl. 2 straight, going down the leg side, and he helps himself to 4 runs. Fine leg is inside the circle. That ball has to be outside the line of off stump, because if you drift down the leg side, you will get put away exactly in the way that he just did. And Ansh Boje plays that shot with some effort. You see him strain every sinew to get that ball going down the leg side, opening himself up and helping himself to 4 runs down leg. So that means only 19 runs are needed. And here's the last ball. Oh, not the last ball, the third ball of the over coming up. First 2 deliveries have yielded 6 runs. Rishi Ramesh knows this ball has to be outside the line of off. That's more like it. And it's played into the leg side. They'll get 1. That should be all they'll get. Ansh Boje looking good. He's now up to 57. 57 from 40 balls faced. My apologies. Yep, 57 from 40 balls faced. 6 4s and a 6. And he, it feels like, is the lone force keeping this team together at this stage. Now, Aryan Satish, the captain, is now on strike. For the new batter with 18 runs remaining, I would absolutely have to think that you'd have to have a slip in position. And I thought for a second he was calling for a slip fielder. It's just calling cover point to come a little closer, but he's turning the ball away from the righty. So boy, you just have to give yourself the chance to get that outside edge to go to hand. Played into the offside, a pretty easy single for Aryan Satish. Brings them 1 run close to the victory, now just needing 17 from the next 20. And this is starting to get more and more easy. Easy may be overstating it, but to the extent that you can pick up singles and every single reduces the required rate, then you're doing what you need to have done. That's played down to Sid Salade, just a single. 16 needed from the last 19. 116 is a score. Ansh Boje, 58. Aryan Satish, 1. And here's the last ball of Rishi Ramesh's spell. Bowling to his opposite number, Aryan Satish. That's played through the offside. It's just going to be a single. So a really productive over. I mentioned how important this over would have been in the context of this game. Well, definitely this over went in favor of the Skywalkers. Rishi Ramesh is finished with his spell. 4 overs bowled, 1 for 27. And in the last 3 overs, the paltry total of 5 is all that Ansh Boje and Aryan Satish need to score. Now, where you are now, who is going to bowl this over? 3 overs remaining. I would imagine that Aaron Conley is not coming back. Advait Ayer is bowling. So that's interesting because Aaron Conley has 2. Aaron Conley with 2 overs remaining, and so in theory he could have bowled 18 and 20, and he's your opening bowler, so I know that you'd expect for him to be able to keep the ball in the right areas, but it seems as though it's Advait Ayer who will be bowling overs 18 and 20. 2 overs left, 1 for 11, took a wicket with the last ball of his last over. And he's going to be bowling now to captain Aryan Satish. Right arm over the wicket. Played down to long off. Coming back for a second. The throw to the non-striker's end. Ansh Bojek hustling and gets that, calling him through. And he was running to the danger end. So you know that he had to be confident that he could get there. And he in fact did get there. So 2 runs to start over number 18, which means that it reduces the deficit to 13. And this is all starting to feel very easy for the Texas Skywalkers. Just needing another 13 now. Next delivery. Single down the ground again. Do they want 2? Ansh Bojek thought about it, but ends up deciding just for 1. 58 runs against his name, Ansh Bojek, from 41 balls faced, 6 fours and a 6. And there's been 1 6 hit in this match. Not this match, I'm sorry, in this innings, and it was struck by Ansh Bojek. If Ansh Bojek hits 2 6s, this game is over. So they're that close. I don't think he'll be looking for 2 6s here. But I do think that he will be looking for scoring opportunities. No need to drag this into over number 20 if you don't need to. And if the opportunity is there to score runs, then you sort of have to take advantage of it. Here's Advait Ayer again. Oh, leading edge, the ball balloons up into the air. Doesn't quite carry to Pranav Batad in the covers. A dot ball here. But he's still, again, only 12 runs away. 12 runs from the next 15 balls is all that's needed. And, of course, they still have 7 wickets in hand. So the win predictor that I mentioned earlier, the win predictor would probably be something around 8 to 12 in favor of the Skywalkers. Oh, that gets through everyone. It's going to go for buys. They'll get 2. Won't get to the boundary. Boy, that delivery beat the keeper, beat the batter, missed the stumps. Oh, whoa, interesting. Signal 1 short. So a couple of different signals there. In fact, that might have been an edge because no signal for buys. So I think it was an edge. So 1 run that gets credited to the batter, but because when Ansh Bojek grounded his bat at the non-striker's end, he didn't get that bat across the line. So umpire Cameron Best signaling 1 short. So only 1 run added to the total there. Oh, down the leg side. These are going to be wides, I believe. They'll run 2. And watch umpire Cameron Best. Nope, leg bias. Comes off the body of the batter. So thankfully, 2 leg buys as opposed to 3 wides, but it does bring you 2 runs closer to victory. The deficit now just 9 runs, and looking at where you are now, these runs are not being scored in the most convincing of ways if you're Ansh Bojek, but I don't think you will care much about that because as of this stage you're only 9, in fact you're only 8 runs away from victory here. Last ball driven down the ground, and it should just be a single. That is the end of the over. Good over overall. 8 runs coming from it, much of them due to extras. Extras being what I thought was a couple of buys, but ended up being runs, and then certainly a couple of leg buys. But big picture, end of over number, in fact I was right, the score is actually 124 for 3. Last over, make that last 2 overs coming up. 8 runs are needed, and it feels again like the Texas Skywalkers are on the verge of championship for 2024, the Houston Youth Premier League Seniors Division. And I mentioned Aaron Conley. He's now measuring his run-up to come in bowling from the southern end. The southern end of the ground, the highway end. Now Aaron Connolly using his spikes to mark his run-up. He will be told in no uncertain terms, I believe, by the umpire to not do that. This ground is the premier ground at Prairie View, and a lot of cricket coming up, a lot of high-level cricket coming up in the next several days, to include the U.S. T20 Championship. Pay attention to your cricket feeds for that, because that championship is going to, I would imagine, decide who represents the U.S. World Cup that is coming to the U.S. this summer. I don't know if you knew about that or not. The ICC's T20 World Cup is going to be co-hosted between the West Indies and the U.S. So the three stadiums in the country that are going to host matches are going to be in Grand Prairie, about 250 miles away from where we are here, and then in Florida, Lauderhill, and as a yet-to-be-built stadium in New York. So pay attention to that. This is Aaron Connolly again. In the air, running away toward the boundary. They'll get at least two. Coming back for the second now. The throw coming to the non-strikers end. 2 runs closer to victory, now just needing 6. And it is very possible that this game could be finished in this over, as the well-set batter Ansh Boje now on strike 61, make that 63 against his name. Here's Aaron Connolly again, works it to mid-on, quick single taken. Pranav Batad cannot do anything about that single. 5 runs away now. This is going to be essentially what appears to be a convincing victory. For the Texas Skywalkers. Not over the line yet, but the writing is on the wall, and as you look around the field, all of the fielders are inside the circle looking to stop singles. So Aaron Satish may well just want to go over the top here. Wants a single sent back, and the throw is going to not be in time. No reason to get a run out here. But again, all of the fielders are inside the circle. So if you're Aaron Satish, you could easily think that if the ball is anywhere near driving length, you can elevate it over the top, because nobody is in the deep anywhere on the field. All 11 fielders all 9 fielders are inside the circle. Here he is again. Wants to go big, but doesn't get it elevated, but it still goes to mid-on for a single, which now means that a 4 ends this match. 2 deliveries remaining here in over number 19, and you're only 4 runs away from victory here, the Skywalkers. Aaron Connolly coming off the long run, wanting to make sure that he at least makes Ansh Boje work for these runs. Ansh Boje will not worry about going over the top if the ball is there to be hit. There he goes, in the air, toward deep mid-wicket, nobody out there, and it's going to go close to the boundary. They've gotten 2. Did it go all the way to the boundary? Coming back for the 3rd, which means that as of this stage, the scores are level. And unfortunately for Ansh Boje, he will not get the chance to strike the winning runs, because, or let's see, there's 1 ball left here. 1 ball is left. If this is a dot, then Ansh Boje will get the chance. But Aaron Satish, captain, is the one who has the strike at this moment, and there's going to be some consternation as to whether or not he plays a big shot here or just lets this one go through to the keeper. Oh, he does exactly that. Solid forward defensive, as though he's playing a test match. That is the end of the over, and it means that the last over to be bowled is going to be bowled to Ansh Boje, who has the opportunity to send his team, or to drag his team over the finish line. 67 runs against his name, so he scored more than half of the runs for his team Texas Skywalkers are at 131. 3 wickets down, but the bigger issue here is that they only have to score 1 run of any flavor. 1 run of any flavor wins this match, and we'll see exactly what happens from here. Pranay Balaji is going to bowl. Interesting. Pranay Balaji with the ball in hand has not yet bowled in this inning. He's bowling around the wicket, off spin to the left-hander, Ansh Boje. Looking at the field, a deep mid-wicket going into position. So previous over, everyone was inside the circle. Now they're dropping back 1 fielder on the boundary, everyone else still inside. Up and over, and that is the end of the game. The Texas Skywalkers through the bat and on the back of Ansh Boje are champions of the 2024 Houston Youth Premier League. And as you see his teammates running on the field to congratulate him, he did the hard part, Ansh Boje. A few wickets fell around him. Halfway through this chase, it felt like they were wobbling a little bit, but he stayed there and did the hard part to make sure that his team got over the finish line. So, victory is theirs by 7 wickets, a convincing victory, in fact, for the Texas Skywalkers. Let's go through the scorecard. Ronak Saluja opened the batting. He was run out 34 from 43. Ansh Boje not out 68 from 49. And 6 fours and a 6. I would say, for my money, and what I say doesn't matter, only the big wigs who make these decisions. But for me, he's the player of the match. Akhilesh Balan was caught second ball without scoring. Tarndeep Paul 14 from 15, but Captain Aryan Satish accompanying Ansh Boje to take them over the finish line. The Texas Skywalkers are the champions again of the senior division of the 2024 Houston Youth Premier League. Now, the bowlers, I think they were asked to do something very difficult, to contain a very good batting side. They tried. Pranav Batad bowled well, 4 overs, none for 28. Aaron Connolly, 3 overs, none for 25. Raj Edgener, 4 overs, none for 19. Arav Ashok, 1 over, none for 10. Rishi Ramesh and Advait Iyer, 1 wicket each. 27 and 17 runs conceded, respectively. And then Pranay Balaji's 1 ball was struck over the top, didn't go for 4, so it officially counts as just 1. But that is the end of the game. So please, you will be signing off for the moment from the Prairie View Cricket Complex. Thank you for staying with us for the last several days worth of cricket. The champions for the 2024 Houston Youth Premier League Senior Division are the Texas Skywalkers. Ryan Walters, happy to have been here with you for the last several days. Good night and good luck.